Haluhu. Eshalahenu leavotenu. Abiyavra Yitzchak Yaakov. Hatakwados Veshemeka Kwados Barushemeka Olam Ma'eh. V'shamu B'nei Israel Shabbat La'asot Shabbat L'Totam B'Olam. B'nei B'nei Israel Oti L'Olam. Kisha Chekmi Masad Eshadai V'Eshalayim. V'Eta'alis Barum Masdi Shabbat V'Nafash. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Yemineka, Baruch Tzateka, Baruch Yushateka. El Shaddai Melech, El Shaddai Malach, El Shaddai Imlok L'Olam Ma'eh. Baruch Shem Kabod Malkuto L'Olam Ma'eh. Baruch Kabod Elohim Min Kumo Melech Elyon. Haluhu L'Olam Ma'eh. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. The great, mighty, and revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect for all his ways of justice, a God of faithfulness and without iniquity, just and right is he. You may be seated. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, my father, Chief Eleazar, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters. I say unto you the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
This is the laws and the commandments and the statutes of God. This is the laws, the commandments, and the statutes of God. No man could have came up with such laws, commandments, and statutes.
Right.
This is not the mentality of man's. This is not man's mentality. This is the mentality of God. This is how God thinks. By reading this book shows us the mentality of the creator of heaven and earth. So, if we are supposed to be holy unto God, because God did give us a commandment that said, thou shalt be holy, for I, the Lord your God, am holy. Now, holy, all holy means is to be set apart. That's all holy means. You can be holy. Anybody can be holy.
That's right.
Anybody can be holy.
That's right.
All you have to do is set yourself apart by the principles and the standards of God.
That's it.
Set yourself apart according to the principles that God has set.
That's right.
Set yourself apart. Be different.
Yeah.
Be different than the people that you live amongst.
Yeah.
So if I'm different and I'm opposite from the people that I live amongst, then I don't eat like you, I don't live like you, I don't dress like you, my mentality and my thoughts is different. Everything about me is different and opposite from yours. Why? Because the one thing that God told me to follow and honor, I read it here in this book. The only way we're going to change our mentality, we got to read this book with a desire to change. I said, with a desire to change, you must have the desire to change towards that which is holy, towards that which is righteous. Change towards righteousness and his laws and his commandments. You got to have that desire. And you're not going to develop that desire automatically. That desire for God, that desire to be better has to develop. In time, that desire will develop. It'll develop. But we can't develop that by not reading. We can't develop that by sinning presumptuously. We can't develop certain things because we stop ourselves. We stop ourselves from developing the things that God said is righteous. From developing righteousness and fear and the desire and the will to do that which is lawful and right. We got to develop that, man. So we must begin to read this book every day of our life. You must read, because by me reading this book, you will learn how to fear God. By me reading this book, it will muffle the pride. It will muffle the pride that we have in us, because pride separates you from God. Being proud separates you from God.
That's right.
And you can't do God's law of being pride with pride. Why? Because you will only begin to desire and draw interest, only self-interest. You'll only be concerned with yourself.
That's right.
To appease yourself, to please yourself, and not to please others. So therefore, we got to be careful. Be careful. Offend less. I said offend less. And you can offend with your actions and your words. Like I said this morning before we started, you got to be able to get your point across without offending people. I got to be able to do something without offending that person.
That's right.
Huh?
That's right.
We got to be able to say certain things without offending, which means I'm considering. I'm considering and I'm analyzing what am I going to say before I say it, because I don't want to hurt no one.
That's right.
I don't want to hurt nobody. I don't want to offend nobody. Yeah, I have to be concerned with that. The godly is. If you're godly, you will be concerned with that. If you're godly. That's why when we read in the book, King Saul said, let not Jonathan hear this. Huh? He said, let not Jonathan hear this, lest he be grieved. Why he said don't let Jonathan? Because he already knew how Jonathan and King and David, it was close. It was close. And they made covenants between each other. Covenants are agreements that righteous men don't break. Covenants are agreement that godly people don't break. The pious won't break. And if you're a saint, you don't break it. You don't break those covenants. Why? Because it throws you off the path of that righteous path. It throws you off that righteous, holy, and directed path. Let's go into Exodus. Exodus chapter 2. God?
Exodus chapter 2.
If
If there went a man of the house of Levi and took to wife a daughter of Levi.
And there went a man of the house of Levi and took to wife a daughter of Levi. We did not marry outside of our tribes. Okay? We did not marry outside of our tribes. If Levi married outside of his tribe, they called that woman strange. She's strange to the Levites because she's not from the same tribe. Every tribe married within their ranks, within themselves. That's why when one tribe was short, remember the time when Israel, the 11 tribes went to war with one tribe, went to war with the Benjamites, and the Benjamites were short. And the Benjamites, that tribe was short, right? They couldn't give their daughters to them because they already said, listen, we don't. They already went into covenants, and we ain't doing that. So they had to go hang around Jabesh Gilead. And when the woman came out, the men came out, snatched their woman, and went back in. So that a tribe won't be short within Israel. Tom Sheep.
The woman conceived and bare a son. When she saw him that he was a goodly child,
and the woman conceived. And the woman conceived and did what? And bare a son. Uh-huh.
And when she saw him that he was a goodly child.
When she saw that he was a goodly child. Huh? The word for good or goodly child, tov. Tov means approved of, pleasant, excellent. grateful. Now the parents was able to look at the child when they had that child and was able to see within that child to see what type of child they had.
Right.
They had that outlook of the child.
They're able to tell.
They was able to look into the child and see and know whether the child have good in them or evil in them from a baby. From a baby, man. From a baby. They were able to look inside that child and say, man, that child is evil, man. Oh, he's a child. He's innocent. Nah, ain't no child innocent. Today, you know why? Because even the child has emanated wickedness and shown evil and wickedness by their doings. You say a child is known by his doings. I said a child is known by the things that they do in life. You will know and you'll be able to perceive whether you got a good son or an evil damn son. You can tell what kind of kid you have just by the things that they do. Then it starts to show in their mentality and how they think. Their doings, your doings, our doings emanates and shows your mentality. I said the things we do in life emanates and shows how we think, who you are, your characteristics. It shows who you are. So, good meaning told, meaning good, approved of, right? What does approve of means? Means to agree. Huh? Agree with who? Agree with God. He will comply to God. He will agree with God. To comply means to agree. So when these laws, when he received these laws, these commandments, these statutes and judgments, he will agree with God. What's the next one? Pleasant. Pleasant meaning considerate. And Moses was very considerate. He considered the nation, even though they turned against him and God, but he still considered the nation. When he jumped in between the breach, in between God and the nation, and stopped God from wiping out a whole nation. You gonna tell me that man wasn't considerate? You gonna tell me he didn't consider the people? Huh? Yeah, he considered the people and pleaded to God. But the one thing that changed God from wiping out the people, he said, your name, O Lord. He said, you wipe these people out. He said, the nation's going to speak. The nation's going to have a lot to say against you, and it's going to tarnish your name. Guess what? We have to be careful with the things that we do outside. Okay? We have to be careful with the things that we do outside. Because when we do and move a certain way, then we can tarnish God's name. We can cause people to talk against God. Just by the things that we do in our lives and your behavior. So we got to be careful with the things that we do because we can. Look, man, if Moses was so dead straight on protecting the name of God, don't you think those are one of the things that's very important? It's very important to protect the name of God. How do you protect the name of God? By not moving like the people. By not acting like the people. Look, I'll say something, why you acting like that? Don't act like that out here. Because you're going to cause people to talk junk. Oh, them Israelites is something else. They tell me, no, you can't have people talking like that against God. You don't care because you don't care about the things that the godly care about. And that's one of the things that Moses cared about. Those are the things that Moses cared about. And if you want to be godly, the book shows us how to be godly. So we have to start and begin to care about the things that the godly cared about, because these people was accepted by God. God chose those people. Those are God's chosen people. When new people come around and they come in and sit to hear the word of God, you can't act and move the way you want to move and act. Huh? Because this is not your day. And when new people come around, you can't move and act the way you want to act. Because the new person gonna look, he said, this is supposed to be godly? Okay. This is supposed to be righteous? Okay. This is supposed to be the true and living God? And look how he acting. Look. Better take heed, man, and change your ways. Your ways is what got you moving accordingly. Your ways. When we stuck, we too stuck on one thing. No, you got to open the horizon. Open up and look at all aspects of the laws, commandments, and statutes of God and the ways of the Creator. It's more than just one thing. Because you only got the blindfold, and the blindfold got you looking one way. You know what got you looking tunnel vision? Your sins, your iniquities, your violations, offensive against God. So now I can't look that way to correct that. Now I'm not even looking this way to correct that. All you care about is what I'm doing now, here and now. And you think in the back of your mind that that's enough. You know what Paulie said? It's never enough.
Never enough.
Huh?
Always.
My father said it's never enough. It's never enough. Stop looking like you done did enough and you can kick back and relax. No. I'm never going to relax. I'm going to always be on my toes because the evil is dead set against the godly. The evil again is dead set against the person with the determination to serve God. Yeah. Automatically. Yeah. Evil is against good, and good is against evil. So there's no comparison. It got to be a separation. So we got to be on point with ourselves, man, and start looking at all aspects. Yeah. Cover all corners. Yeah. Everything must be covered. Because if it's not covered, there's a breach. Right. Whatever's not covered, there's an opening. An opening for evil to enter. An opening for the things that God hates and despises to come to my mind. Huh? So when things come to your mind that is not godly, you got to be able to peep it and correct it. Huh? And the only way to correct it is not to lie about it. I have to accept and say, man, acknowledge, why did this come to mind? Just like I told you in an example of myself. When I walked inside of a building and I saw a box and it just sat there and it came to my mind to steal. It came to my mind to take it. Not because you're born in the ways of the laws of God means these thoughts are not going to come to your mind. That's the battle between man and evil. That's the battle that God is talking about. Huh? And if you didn't have no righteousness in you to do the things that is lawful and right, then you won't have to go through the war. God ain't gonna put you through the battle. Huh? You ain't gonna go through the battle. Those temptations ain't gonna come to your mind. You know why? You know why it ain't gonna come to your mind? Because you got good in you. And the good in you is to serve God and keep his commandments and his statutes and his laws. So he gonna try you. He gonna prove you. He gonna examine you. But guess what? Make sure you pass. Make sure you pass when God proves you. I said, make sure you pass when God proves you. Pleasant, meaning considerate. Considerate means careful not to cause inconvenience. Oh my goodness. Be careful not to cause inconvenience. You know what that is? When you cause an inconvenience, when you inconvenience someone, you don't consider. Huh? Oh man. Yo, that's heavy, man. That's heavy and that's deep. You know how many people inconvenient others? You know how many people inconvenient other people? Why? Because I don't consider his or I don't consider her. Huh?
Very true.
If I come to your house, I'm going to come with every necessary thing that I need. Because I don't want you to inconvenience yourself for me. Think you're doing law, huh? I said, we think we're doing law. I said, we think we're doing something. You ain't doing nothing. We haven't even scratched. Well, Paulie said you ain't even scratched the surface. I said, Paulie said you didn't even scratch the surface yet. But in your mind, you scratched the surface. Huh? In your mind, you done hit the surface. I'm there, man. I'm there. You ain't nowhere. You ain't going nowhere. And that's the mindset that we need to acquire to be better with God. That's why you can't be better. That's why you can't be good. Because of your mindset and the way you think. You think you good, but you're not. You're not. Careful not to cause inconvenience or hurt to others. Huh? Showing careful thought. Huh? When you show careful thought, you watch what you say. When you show careful thought, you watch the things that you do. Because I don't want to hurt you. I don't want to offend you. So therefore, certain words I got to hold back. Certain things that I want to say out of my mouth, I got to hold back. Because I don't want to offend you. Which means what? You can't be emotional. You can't do the laws and the commandments of God being emotional. Because you do things off of emotions and you sin. When we move off of emotions, we transgress the commandments of God. You can either transgress or you can even strengthen yourself. Your emotions could be good or evil. Let's get that straight, man. My emotions is what caused me to strengthen myself in the laws. My emotions is what caused me to desire the things that is lawful and right. And it can be opposite. But God taught us and showed us how to channel our emotions. Huh? 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 Inconvenience. Right? What verse did I read? Inconveniencing. Well, I'm in Exodus chapter 2, and where did I get the word inconvenience was because where it says that Moses was a goodly child. Right? The word for goodly child means told. When you look up the definition of told, one of the definitions means pleasant. When you look up pleasant, it means to be considerate. When you look up considerate, it means careful not to cause inconvenience. So when I cause inconvenience to people, I'm not considerate. When I cause inconvenience to people, I'm not pleasant. All these definitions are the qualities of the righteous. This is the characteristics of the righteous. This is the characteristics that we need to acquire. This is what God is looking for. God is looking for us to be good and approved of, to be pleasant, to be excellent, to be considerate, to be grateful. And when we are not those things, he frowns at us. When we are not those things, we frown at us. He frowns at you, man. Grateful. Grateful means what? Feeling or showing an appreciation. Grateful means to show appreciation of kindness. Appreciation of kindness. So when a person has shown me kindness, in order for me to show my appreciation that I'm thankful and I appreciate you being kindness, I'm going to return the favor.
Right.
I'm not going to look at you and say, Torah, and just walk away, and nothing is done after that. That's what we do. People come and do and show you kindness, and all you got to say is, Torah, I appreciate you. No, we can't leave that like that. You did me good. It's my turn now. I got to do you good. I got to return the favor back. Huh? Yeah. I said, yeah. That's when, see, when we don't live according to these standards that God has set, you're not going to begin to think like that. The only way for this type of thinking to grab a hold of us, we have to start living accordingly. Yeah. Yeah. We got to activate is in you. I said good is in us. We have good in us. We have evil in us. We just got to activate the good that is in us and stop activating the evil that we have in us by doing things that is unlawful. We got to stop activating the evil that is in us by doing the things that God said is unlawful. Feeling or showing an appreciation of kindness. One of the kindness that God said, he said, I will accept the Egyptians. I will own the only reason why I will accept these Egyptians. God said that. You know why? He said, because Israel, you was a stranger in their land. You lived in the land of Egypt for 430 years. These are my people. These are God's chosen people. And why I chose them? Because of their forefather Abraham. Huh? Because of their forefather Abraham. So I chose their seed. And because I chose their seed, and because I chose Abraham, whoever do good to the nation of Israel, God returned the favor back. Those are godly traits. He returned the favor back to the Egyptians by accepting them. That's why within the ranks of Israel, you will find the Egyptian. You will have a woman that had an Israelitish son. Because they was accepted in their third generation. Those are godly traits. Those are the traits of God. When you return the kindness back to a person that had done you good. It's only right. It's only right. And when a person do you good, I could never do you evil. I don't care if you do me evil. I could never do you evil. You know why? Because that make me like you. Come on, man. What book are we reading? I said, what book are we reading? Well, I don't like him. I said, wait, you can't keep saying, I don't. Remember that he did you good at a point in time. Yes, later on down the line, it went sour. But the good still stands. Those are the ways of God. I said, those are the ways of God. And I'll be damned if I'm going to act or move in any other way besides that. I don't care if you stab me in my back. I'm going to back off. You got it. Why? Because those are godly ways. got it. Just try to put distance now. I did you good. And I'm always going to remember that you did me good. I'm always remember that, even though you don't remember it. Because I'm not like you. I said I'm not like you. So because you can't remember and you want to move how you want to move, then we have to put distance, space between you and me.
That way I won't get stabbed.
So that I can protect myself.
That's right.
So that I don't get stabbed in my back. So I don't get skinned. Why? Because this is only a one-way street. Only one person is considering, but the other is not considering. No, that's a hurtful thing, man. That is a hurtful thing. When you truly consider the person and the person stab you in your back and make you want to cry. It make you want to cry, man. Excellent. That's the last definition. It means outstanding. Huh? Outstanding. When you're outstanding, you are above. You are above average. Huh? Quality of excelling. Those are qualities. You have the quality to excel. You know what's the quality to excel? To keep pushing and elevating yourself in the laws and the commandments of God. That's when you start to excel. That's when you start to level up, the brother said. You level up. I don't live like that. I don't do that. I don't eat that. Huh? Huh? I don't chew on that. Huh? I don't dress like that. Huh? I don't move that way. Huh? What teaches you how to excel? Read the book. Read the book, man. Read the book. There are keys to life in this book. There are keys to live in this book, because we shall live. We shall live if we follow after the laws and the commandments of God, even though the pleasure of God is to die. I said the pleasure, God's pleasure, is that we must die. That's the pleasure of God. Why we gotta die? From the original sin, from the beginning of time. No, he ain't have no other woman named Lilith, which was a demon. So get those fairy tales out of your mind. But the reason why we believe these things is because we don't believe the book. We don't believe God. Let's read.
Verse 2.
Uh-huh.
And the woman conceived and bare a son, and when she saw him that he was a goodly child, she hid him 3 months. And when she
hid him 3 months. You know why she had to hide him? Because the Egyptians was trying to wipe out the nation of Israel. All the males were supposed to be wiped out. Once you wipe out and kill off all the males, there is no more Israel. Why? Because the seed is gone. The woman don't carry the seed. I said the woman don't carry the seed. The woman only carry the egg. The men carry the male and the female chromosomes. Millions of them in your testicles. Huh? That's why I told one woman, I said, hey, listen, before I put him in you for 9 months, he was with me. For all my life, since the day I was born, I've been carrying them in this. And one thing about the testicles, it's never cold. It keeps a certain temperature, like an incubator or something.
It can't be too hot.
Can't be too hot, can't be too cold. That's the warmest spot in the body is your groin area. God built the human body. Think God don't know the human body, man? Huh? He built the human body to live forever, man. He built the human body to live forever. But death got instituted in the world when we went against the commandment of God. He said, man, don't eat from that tree, man. That's in that midst. Don't mess with that tree. Now they went. She got beguiled, ate from the tree. Now she's open to general view. You know what's general view? General view is the way the world thinks.
Yep.
The way the world thinks. I don't think like the world. I think the way God tells me to think. Huh? I said, I think the way God tells me to think. That's why when you start to speak your perception and your idea and opinion according to certain situations, most people look at you weird.
They don't want to jack you.
Most people look at you weird because you're not speaking the general view. You're not speaking according to how the people or the world thinks and moves.
That's correct.
You're gonna stick out. Time sheet.
Exodus chapter 2, verse 3.
Mm-hmm.
And when she could not no longer hide him, she took for him an ark of bulrushes.
Ark of bulrushes.
Daubed it with slime.
Daubed it with slime and with pitch. Pitch is tar. She covered the basket with tar. Tar kept the water from seeping in, like waterproof. Okay, time sheet.
And put the child therein, and she laid it in the flags by the river's brink.
Mm-hmm.
And his sister stood afar off to wit what would be done to him.
She put it in the flags by the river brink, so it's stationed. It's not moving all over.
No, it's by the brink.
It's by the brink and it's stationed there. She
Right
set it
there,
up to where it sit right there.
Right
Okay, go ahead.
And the daughter of Pharaoh came down to wash herself at the river, and her maidens walked along by the riverside. And when she saw the ark among the flags, she sent her maid to fetch it. And when she had opened it, she saw the child. And behold, the babe wept. And she had compassion on him and said,
Where we at? Okay, I see.
And she had
When she opened it, the baby didn't start crying until she opened it. So when the baby started crying, she had compassion on it. She had compassion on it because she know the sanction that went down. The sanction is all males must die. All Hebrew males must die. But when she opened that basket, that's it. The baby started crying. I can't put this child to death. She started to gain some type of feeling and compassion, motherly feelings towards a child that's not even hers. God did that.
I see that today.
Motherly feelings and compassion towards a child that's not even hers. Tom sheet. That's a mother.
Yeah. And she had compassion.
I said that's a mother. And guess what?
Don't have to be her child.
They don't have to be a mother neither. Fathers. Fatherly instinct.
Yeah.
So if you have a fatherly instinct, I'm not gonna move. I'm gonna move a certain way with children. Period. With children. Period. You're gonna be a father to them, not a kid, and start delving into kid stuff with them, making yourself the same like them. And now when things transpire, you want to because you want to join children in child games. Can't get familiar with them. You gotta be a father, example, a fatherly example. You gotta give those examples off, man. Tom sheet.
And she had compassion.
She had compassion on him
and said, "This is one of the Hebrews' children."
Okay, Exodus chapter 2, verse 7. Tom sheet.
Then said his sister to Pharaoh's daughter, "Shall I go and call to thee a nurse and a Hebrew woman, that she may nurse the child for thee?" And Pharaoh's daughter said to her, "Go." And the maid went and called the child's mother. And Pharaoh's daughter said unto her, "Take this child away.
Take this child away.
Nurse it for me.
Nurse it for
and
me.
I will give thee thy wages."
Mm-hmm.
The woman took the child and nursed it.
The woman took the child and nursed it.
And the child grew.
Ain't that God?
Yeah.
That's all God. Look, Jochebed, who was Moses' mother, took the child, put him by the prince, and left him there. Next thing, Pharaoh's daughter find the basket where Moses was at, and then she ended up calling his own mother to nurse that child. Yeah, he was brought up within the ranks of the Egyptians, and he knew the ways of the Egyptians, but his mother taught him and showed him who he was. Who he was. And all these guys that you see being in bondsmen and slaves, these are your people. And God had condemned these people to slavery because it was prophesied from way back in time, from the times of Abraham. You think they don't know who Abraham is? So God already said it. These people are going to go into slavery, and they're going to serve the Egyptians for 400 years. But what caused God to bring these people out? It was a bitter cry. They cried out, and they cried out, and they cried out. Now God remembered Abraham. God remembered his covenant with Abraham. And then because he remembered his covenant and his agreement with Abraham, he remembered the people. He remembered his nation. Huh? Tom sheet.
When she could no longer hide him. Verse 2. And the child grew, and she bore unto him Pharaoh's daughter, and he became her son.
He became her son, Tom sheet.
And she called his name Moses.
Moses. Because I drew him out of the water.
And it came to pass in those days, when Moses was grown, that he went out unto his brethren.
Moses was a grown man. Okay, go ahead.
And looked on their burdens.
Looked on their burdens.
And he spied an Egyptian smiting
He
the
spied an
Hebrew.
Egyptian smiting the Hebrew.
One of his brethren.
One of his brethren.
And he looked this way and that way.
So he knew, he said, man, one of my own people is in bondage. And this Egyptian is smiting them. Now, mind you now, the children of Israel served gods of wood and stone. They served the gods of the Egyptians. They wasn't serving the Creator. They didn't even know who the Creator was. Because they spent too long, 430 years in Egypt, took on the ways of Egypt, took on the customs of Egypt, and when they left Egypt, they were Egyptians. We left Egypt with the mentality of Egyptians. A lot of people come and enter into this covenant to serve the Creator of heaven and earth, but they have the mentality of heathens. They have the mentality of America. They have the mentality of Miami and Florida and all these places. So that gets in the way of them serving God. Just the same way when our people left Egypt, their mindset got in the way of them serving the true and living God. So, but when you come to serve God, we need to change our mindset. We need to change the way we think.
Get out the matrix.
Okay? We need to change the way we think. Because if we continue to think that way, it's going to get in the way of you serving the true and living God. Tom sheet.
And he looked this way and that way.
Uh-huh.
And when he saw that there was no man, he slew the Egyptian and hid him in the sand.
Moses knew what he was doing. And he knew who he was. That's why he moved accordingly. I know I'm not no blasted Egyptian. I know I'm not that. Why? Because my mother wounded me. And she taught me. And showed me. And showed me who I was. Go ahead.
And he went out the second day, and behold, 2 men of the Hebrews strove together. And he said to him that did the wrong, wherefore smitest
went out
thou
the second
thy
day.
fellow?
Right? He said 2 men of the Hebrews strove together. 2 men of the Hebrews, they going at it. Okay? What does it mean to strove? What is the Hebrew word? Okay. Yeah, strive. Letzim. Okay. Together. And what he said?
And he said to him that did the wrong.
And he said unto him that did the wrong. Okay? He had something to say to the one that was in the wrong. Which means you can't just not say nothing. Because if I don't voice it or I don't say nothing, God's going to look at me or you or us like we agree. You got to say something. You have to open your mouth and show the evil man where he went wrong. Show the wicked one where he went wrong. So that you can show God that I don't side with evil. Because righteousness don't have friends. Righteousness don't have sisters and brothers. Righteousness is only connected and married to God. That's it. So when you choose to be holy and righteous before God, you cannot put family in between you doing the laws of God.
Right.
You gotta choose God over everything, man.
Yeah.
God over everything. So what did Moses say to the one that did the wrong?
Wherefore smitest thou thy fellow? And he said,
Why you hit him? He said, why you hit him? What was your reason for hitting him? Huh? We don't ask ourselves. You ready to hook off. You ready to punch. You ready to hit. And the person didn't hit you. And what you're hitting the person for, they ain't call for no hit. We got a distorted mindset. Always quick to lay hands on people. But we need to learn to keep our hands to ourselves. Because a part in the law said what? See, this really shows you if you agree with God. If you are able to hit someone, you got to be able to sit down and let that person hit you back. If you are able to do that, you can't serve God. There's always time to make corrections. You know why? Because when we don't correct it, guess what? It's lingering over your head. And that sin is not going to depart or leave until you correct it, man. I done hit you 10 years ago. 15 years ago. 20 years ago, I hit this man. Guess what? Well, it's 20 years ago. 20 years ago, I done hit this man here. I'm going to sit down in this chair. Better late than never. And I want you to hit me back. What? That's going to correct it. And guess what? God gonna turn his attention towards you. Because you are beginning to respect God's law. And put your emotions and your feelings aside. Huh? So we all know the people who we offended. We all know the people that we done raised up on. It's time for you to sit down and get raised upon too, like you did to that one. Huh? Let me see if you really forgot. Oh, he hit me, yeah, because you can't serve God. Oh, here, let me, yeah, because you can't serve God.
That's what they always say.
I ain't doing it. Yeah, because you can't serve God. We gotta wait, man. We can't accept one and not accept the other.
There we go. That's all his laws, all his commandments.
We can't accept this and not accept that.
All his commandments.
I can't spit on this and then uplift this.
All his commandments. Say respect to all his commandments.
So we gotta learn to respect everything. And if you don't want to get hit, by God, keep your hands to your side. Don't do it. I ain't saying nothing wrong, man.
No, you're not.
I'm only emanating and voicing the laws of God. The laws of God. That's it. Let's read.
And he said, who made thee a prince and a judge over us?
You hear this dude here? Who made thee a prince and a judge over us? That's why I told my son, those are sayings of a pagan. Those are sayings of people with no determination to serve God. You can't judge me. I don't want to hear that. Because we let me show you. We formulate the children's ideas. We formulate the children's ideas by how we raise them.
Yeah.
They watch
Yeah.
see,
Okay?
they listen and see.
We formulate and stir up the emotions of the children by what we teach them. That's why my son will look at a homosexual and frown at him. Because I teach him that God hates homosexuality. And I show him in the book where God said those things is an abominable thing in the eyes of God. So when you teach the child what is abominable according to what God said, he gonna frown at it. When you teach the child what is abominable, she gonna frown at it. So it's what you teach them is what they gonna frown at. Whatever you teach them is what they're gonna accept. Huh? Let's read it.
Intendest thou to kill me as thou killest the Egyptian? And Moses feared.
Now, why you had to mention that?
Yeah.
Why you gotta mention that, homeboy? I killed the Egyptian for you. If it wasn't for me, you probably would be dead. Because that Egyptian, he was smiting flames out of you. And he wasn't stopping.
Yeah, he was going to do it to you today.
He was trying to kill you. Moses stepped in. Look, if for Moses to step in, he was trying to kill him. It was too much. And he was under a heavy burden, a heavy hand. And now these man them, they serve gods of wood and stone. And they serve the Egel Maseka, which is the mask of a calf.
Yeah.
But they were still, Moses still looked at him as my people. He said, nah, that's my people, man. I said, let me interject.
They not looking at him.
Let me interject. Moses looked at them as his people. But they never looked at Moses like their man, like their people. Because every chance they get, they gathered up stones. Every chance they got, they gathered up stones. They put the blame on Moses and said, man, you took us out the land flowing with milk and honey and brought us in this God-forsaken wilderness to kill everybody. Exodus 2, verse 15. Moses looked at these people. He said, man, what's wrong? Remember that movie, Why Did I Get Married?
Yeah.
And the man, the football player with the wife, and he looked at his wife. He said, you're evil. He said, what's wrong with you?
Yeah.
That's how God is looking at these people. What is wrong with these people?
Yeah.
See, what is wrong with these people? If we are consuming meat, the meat should not have no color. Lord have mercy, man. The meat should not have no color. If you soaked out all that meat, it should be gray.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how it's supposed to be.
Gray. All the meat is gone. All the blood is gone. See, we do things to cut ourselves off with God, man. And that's why when we read certain things in the law, you can't get no clarification. Because we do the things that cuts you off. Yeah. And when you cut yourself off, you can't see.
Yeah.
God clouds your judgment. God clouds your eyes to where you can't understand and see where you are going wrong at with God. Huh? Because first we violate God. Then after I violate God, I violate you. Why? Because this ain't my law. This ain't my commandments. This ain't my statutes. Let's read.
Intendest thou to kill me as thou killest the Egyptian? And Moses feared
and said,
surely this thing is known.
Man, it's time to go. Too much people is talking now. This one talking. Once one is talking, this one fighting. It's time to go. Time to go on the run. Tamshi.
Now, when Pharaoh heard this thing, he sought to slay Moses.
Oh yeah, he gonna put Moses to death. I'm gonna kill you. Read.
But Moses fled from the face of Pharaoh, and dwelt in the land of Midian.
Went in the land of
Sat
Midian.
down by a well. Now the priest of Midian had 7 daughters.
He went to the land of Midian and sat by a well. Go ahead.
Now the priest of Midian had 7 daughters.
The priest of Midian had 7 daughters now.
They came and drew water.
The daughters went to draw water for the father. Not the father going to dwell to draw water, and I had sons and daughters at home. That's why when your mother or your father get ready to go, no, we go. I'm going with it. No, I got you. I take care of it. Because that's honorability. I'm not going to let my mother or my father go do something that I can go do. And I'm right here. You have to relieve them of what they're about to do. That's honor. And in order to do that, you have to be around. See, cut off people do cut off things. So because you're cut off is what caused you to run away. Like someone chasing you. And you're not around the one that can actually relieve you of sin by the things that you do for them. I don't have no high priest here, and there's nobody here to make no atonement and present my iniquities upon the head of no scapegoat. So I need my mother and my father. Why? So I can honor them and get some of these sins up off my back. But this goes hand in hand. I cannot go steal and then honor and say, oh, I'm good. No. A lot of people, I heard people say things like, you think because you honor your father that you straight? I said, no.
That's just a wicked person.
No, I don't think I'm straight because I honored my father. Because God said I got to honor all my laws, not honor my father and forget about the rest of God's laws. You fool! Fools, man. But the problem with people is that they pick what they want to pick and then they turn it and use it against you. And then they turn around and tell you you're evil. You're wicked. You can't honor your mother and disregard all of God's laws. You can't honor your father and disregard all of God's law. Because ain't nothing going nowhere. You're going to bear those sins until the day of your death. Honor your father and honor everything else that comes with these laws, commandments, and statutes. Respect. God said, have respect unto all my laws. Not some, not picking and choosing, all of the laws and the commandments of God, including his ways. There are ways that we do in life that cause God to turn his back on us. Yeah. Our ways is what's causing God to turn away on us. Our ways is what's causing God to pick you up by your neck and throw you. Oh, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. I ain't doing enough. That's my mindset. I ain't doing enough. It's never enough. I said it's never enough. You know who had that mindset? My father. He said, I ain't doing enough. I said, man, you doing? I said, man, I ain't doing enough. He said, facts, that's the mindset, which means you're constantly pushing. That's what's going to keep you constantly advancing. I don't care what's in front of me. I got spikes. I'm walking over those spikes because at the end of those spikes, it's smooth as out. It's smooth grass. But I got to walk past the spikes to get to the grass. Right now, we are walking over spikes. You know when it smooth out? When you die. It don't never smooth out until you die.
Right.
For the rest of my life, for the rest of our lives, we're going to be walking over spikes and thorns and thistles. We're going to get stuck. We're going to get bit. We're going to get smacked. We're going to get chewed on. All for the fulfillment of the laws, commandments of God.
That's my life.
Keep improving.
Got to keep improving.
That's my life, Johnny.
Time sheet.
Now the priest of Midian had 7 daughters.
Had 7
They
daughters.
came and drew and filled the troughs to water their father's flock. And the shepherds came and drove them away.
Now, these 7 daughters went to draw water.
Mhm.
While they're there drawing the water, shepherds push up on them. Remove them out the way to gangster the water. Moses looked at it. You know his mindset. You see the mindset of Moses? Listen, my father said, man, you want to learn how the righteous man think? Read about Moses. You want to learn the mindset of the righteous? Read about King David. Read about these men and hope that God show you their mindset so that we can acquire these mindset to draw God's attention towards us. He looked, he said, man, that's not right. That's not godly. And he didn't know those women. 7 daughters, Midianites. He looked, he held off and pushed off on the shepherds and allowed the 7 daughters to water their father's flock. Okay? Heathens. They thought Moses was an Egyptian. Not because of the color of his skin, but because of how he was dressed. So how you dress will depict who you are. How we dress shows you who you are.
Yeah.
We think it's a game.
Yeah.
We want to come to teachers however we want to come to teachers.
Yeah.
We want to walk the streets however we want to walk the streets
Yeah.
and don't have no identification, no ID about ourselves to where I can look and say, man, that's an Israelite. To where I can look and say, man, that's a Hebrew. Man, you see those fringes on, you see that long robe, that's a Hebrew. That's Israel. You see that turban on his head? That's Israel.
Yeah.
We got to have some type of ID on us to show what side are we on?
Right.
Whose side are we on? The gods of the nations? Or we on God's side? Come see.
Okay.
But Moses stood up and helped them and watered their flock. And when they came to Reuel, their father,
And when they came to Reuel, who was Jethro?
he said, how is it that you are come so soon?
Jethro
today?"
already know. He said, how in the world did y'all get here so soon? Which means Jethro already knew that when they go to water the wells, these shepherds comes up at the same time. So he didn't go out there boisterous. No, this allowed to women to back down and honor and respect men. The man jumped the line. Excuse me, sir. I was standing here in line. He turned around and, no, you can't. We got to learn. We can't argue and go back and forth with men because if he get violent, then what? Get your husband. I don't want no man hitting my woman.
That's right.
You hit my woman, I'm going to turn the world upside down.
That's right.
It's going to turn inside out. You hit my woman. Can't do that. So go get your husband. So, 18, right? And when they came to Reuel, their father, he said, how is it that he come so soon today? And they said, an Egyptian delivered us out of the hand of the shepherds, and also drew water enough for us, and watered the flock. He drew enough water for them, and he watered the flock. And he said unto the daughters, where is he? If he did all this good for you, where is he? Where is he? Why is it that ye have left the man? He said, call him, that he may eat bread. Those are righteous ways. You did my children good. You did my son good. You did my daughter good. The daughters wasn't on the same mindset as Jethro, because they left them out there. Came back in. If the father didn't inquire, he would have never knew. So the father inquired, said, man, listen, man, y'all came back pretty quick.
Yeah.
Y'all usually don't come back at this time. What happened? Well, while the shepherds came to bogard the well, Moses stood up for us. It was the Egyptian man that stood up for us. She said, and y'all left them outside? He said, go on back out there and go get them and bring them on in here so that he can eat bread. Bring them on in here so I can show them some type of good. So I can show them my appreciation. So I can show them a kindness for showing my children kindness. Those are righteous ways and righteous paths. And guess what? They will never, because of the good, that these are called the Kenites. One trait there. And throughout the time of the wilderness, that's the Kenites. Those are the Kenites. Why do you think Saul said, hey, he went to the Kenites. He said, you Kenites. He said, get up out of here. He said, I remember the good that you did to the nation of Israel. Throughout the whole time of the wilderness, the Kenites dwelt with Israel, was in the ranks of Israel. They went to war with Israel. They did them good. Kenites is related to Abraham. I think so, yeah. But because of the good, that good never dies. You see how long King Saul remembered that? That was years ago. So the godly trait is that whatever good that a person does to you, I don't care if it's 30 years, 40 years, 60 years, it never dies, and I can never do you evil. If you happen to do me evil, I would just have to separate, distance, push you away, stay over there. I got to protect myself, but I will never do you evil. That's why, like I said before, when you do good to a person and they stab you in the back, that's the most hurtful thing that you can ever do. Make you want to cry. Make you want to shed tears.
Hurts.
Yeah, it hurts. Tom sheet.
And Moses was content to dwell with the man.
Moses was content to dwell with the man.
And he gave Moses Zipporah, his daughter.
Uh-huh.
And she bare him a son and called his name Gershom.
Gershom.
For he said, I have been a stranger in a strange
in a strange land.
And it came to pass, in process of time, that the king of Egypt died, and the children of
In
Israel.
process of time means many years done transpired. Many years done passed. Go ahead. And the king of Egypt died. Tom sheet.
And the children of Israel sighed by reason of the bondage.
The children of Israel sighed by reason of the bondage. Slavery. You know what that is? To be in slavery. From the time you get up, you're working. No breaks. Which, look, God said he will accept the Egyptians in their third generation, right? Why? Because they lived with them. So no matter what the Egyptians did to Israel, we cannot hate them. That's what that means. You can't hate them. Why? Because you lived in their house. I don't care what he did to you. You still lived in their house. You used their electricity. You ate his food. You used my water. You used my toilet. You sleeping in my bed. You're in my room. You used my credentials. You used everything in here. So now, after a little sour, things turn sour, you want to talk against me.
Yeah, that's what everybody does.
I accepted you. I accepted you. Gotta be careful, right, man? Because the only thing that shows us how to be lawful citizens of God is that book. Yeah. Very important that we read this book and start to acquire and start putting these things into actions so that it can be a part of you.
That's right.
Okay? Anything you practice becomes habitual.
Yeah.
I said anything you practice becomes a habit. So in order for it to grow a part of you or to be a part of you, I have to be doing this constantly. I have to have this mind frame constantly.
Right.
Look, during the week, you got to be moving like this. That's why a person only can get worse, and a person can also get better in time.
That's right.
In time, you could be better
That's right.
because you can acquire a certain mindset in time to where 10 years before, I ain't never thought did this.
Yeah.
I ain't never moved like this. I ain't never thought like this. But in time, I was able to acquire this type of mentality by reading with the desire to do.
That's right.
By reading with the desire to be godly.
Right.
By reading with the desire to be righteous.
That's right.
By reading with the desire to learn and to acquire the ways of God so that God can choose you.
Right.
He can look at you and once God choose you,
Yeah.
ain't nothing you can do
That's right.
for God to push you away. I noticed that. God chose you no matter what the child did. He said, that is my chosen man. That's my chosen people, man. I don't care what they did. I'm going to punish them for their sins. I'm going to punish them and visit them for all their iniquities, but they still God's chosen people.
Right.
Mama said, man, the whole nation of Israel coming back. We trying to crash the party. I said, we trying to crash the party.
Right.
Party ain't been crashed yet. You know when you know, I would know when I crash it. You gonna know? Crash it. Make yourself chosen by God. I said, I gotta make myself to be chosen by God by pushing up to his laws, pushing up to his laws, commandments, and statutes, and doing the things that God loves. Tom sheet.
And the children of Israel sighed by reason of the bondage, and they cried.
And they cried.
And their game came up unto God. And their cry
came up to God
by reason of the bondage.
By reason of the bondage.
God,
God heard their cry. They cried so much. Not the first cry, but they constantly continue to cry. To where it pierced the clouds, and God heard it. Read.
And God remembered his covenant with Abraham, with Isaac, and with Jacob. And
God
God looked upon the children of Israel, and God had respect unto them.
And God heard their groanings. And God remembered his covenant with Abraham, Isaac, and with Jacob. It was an agreement, man. God made an agreement with these men. God said there was no iniquity found in Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the patriarchs, the pace setters.
Right.
The first Hebrew recorded was Abraham.
Right.
The first Hebrew recorded was Abraham because he passed over. He passed over. He changed, man.
Yeah.
He changed. Look, Abraham at a point in time in life served God as a wooden stone. He served idols, man. And he stopped. Lived in Babylon. And he stopped and pulled back.
Right.
Never went back. Then God told him, he said, yeah, man, listen. He said, I need you to get up and away from your family. Get up and away from your kin folks. Why? Because your kin folks don't want to serve God. Only people that has the determination to do these laws would give up on their family. If you can't give up on your wicked family, what made them wicked? Why can I say your family is evil and wicked? Because they don't serve the Creator.
That's it.
They don't do these laws.
That's right. That's right.
So you have to give up on certain things to show your determination, to show what you really want, to show your will and your determination, to show who you put first.
Right.
That's God. So I gotta give up on that. Listen, I gotta give up. That's it. Shalom. How you feeling?
That's right.
Huh?
Right.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Chapter 3. Now Moses kept the flock
No,
of Jethro.
last verse, you missed it.
And God looked upon the children of Israel, and God had respect unto them.
There you go. The word now in 23, right? Right? 23, he says they cry, right? The word for cry is shawa'ah. It means an outcry for help. They was crying out, not just regular crying, but they cried out to God for help. They cried out. That bondage started getting strenuous. God heard their cry. He said, now it's time to get these people out of here. It's time to go. That cry is what caused God to remember his covenant with Abraham, with Father Abraham, with Isaac, with Jacob. You know what that is for God to go in an agreement with a human?
Okay.
Huh? You know what that is for God to go into an agreement with you?
Okay.
So now he said the children of Israel, and God had respect unto them. That's not no light thing for God to have respect unto you, man. That ain't no light thing. You know what respect is? It means regard. To have regard, to consider, to have. We can live our lives accordingly to a way that God will respect you. Yeah. God will have respect unto you if you have respect for God and his laws. How do we respect God? By acknowledging his laws, commandments, and statutes. By not sinning presumptuously. By not sinning presumptuously. Now we're going to sin because King Solomon said, there's no man that sinneth not. Right. King Solomon said that. And that's the wisest man that ever lived. But what you don't have to do is sin presumptuously. Right. Let's read chapter 3 now, right? Chapter 3. Exodus chapter 3. Now Moses kept the flock of Jethro, his father-in-law, the priest of Midian, and he led the flock to the backside. He said he kept the flock of his father-in-law. The word for kept is ra'ah, resh ayin hay. It means to pasture or to feed the flocks. Took care. And that tells you what type of person Moses was. Yeah. That tells you the type of eye that Abel had that Cain didn't have. They didn't have the same eye. Cain was a keeper of sheep. He had a caring eye for flocks. He was a shepherd. Shepherds have a caring eye for the people. King David had a caring eye for the people. Moses had a caring eye for the people. Those are righteous traits. Those are godly traits. I have to have an eye for you. And I will freeze for you. Yeah, I'm freezing and I'm cold, but the people's hot. Put the AC on. I seen that with my father, man. Those are godly traits. King David he spoke to God. He told God, he said, oh Lord God. He said, these sheep ain't did nothing. He said, put this on me and my father's house. He said, put it on me and my father's house. He said, these sheep did nothing. But guess what? God wasn't angry with David. God was angry with the people, and he moved David to number the people so that he can get at the nation.
David different. He's different.
Yeah.
We got to be careful, man. We got to be careful because when you have a household and God is angry with one, he will move and shift certain things to go down just to get at the household because of one person or as a whole, because he's looking at all of us as a whole, as one people, man.
Right.
Where we at? Exodus chapter 3, verse 1, right? It said, now Moses kept the flock of Jethro, his father-in-law, the priest of Midian. The book shows me how a son moved, or how a man moved with his wife's father. Treated him like he was his own father.
That's right.
No more did Jethro's daughter have to go water the flock. Moses took those flocks and took care of those flocks and pastured them and fed them and watered them. He took on that job. Huh? Because the daughters was doing it first.
Yeah.
When Moses got there, he said, man, why you left that man out there and he did you good?
Right.
Why you left that man out there and he stood in the way and held the shepherds back so that it allowed you to water the flock and to draw enough water for yourself? He said, bring him on in here so that he can eat bread. He said, bring him on in here. Which means you did me good. I got to return the favor back. I must return the favor back. If I don't return the favor back, then ain't nothing good in me. I don't have a good bone in my body. I said, I don't have a good bone in my body. If I don't have the desire and the will to return that good back to that person that did me good.
Yeah.
The good that a person do for you never dies. I'm sorry. It said, and he led the flock to the backside of the desert and came to the mountain of God in Horeb. So now he's walking these flocks. He's in the backside of the desert. And now he's at Mount Horeb, Mount Sinai, Mountain of God. That was the name of it. The Mountain of God. They said, look, scientists and archaeologists said, man, they hear strange sounds. That's a weird mountain. You better not go up in that mountain. You better not go up in that mountain. They got that mountain surrounded by fence.
Yeah.
Not just anybody go near that mountain. You ain't going up in there. That's the same mountain that Jeremiah hid the Ark of the Covenant. Yeah, the Ark of the Covenant is hidden in there. And what do you have inside the Ark of the Covenant? It says Omer manna, the tablets, and the Aaron's rod. Aaron's rod. Those things is kept in there for proof. No, the tablets. The direct original tablets that God, Moses wrote. Listen. He said, all right, you, man. He said, I told you. He said, I was going to wipe them out, but you stood in the breach and stopped me. Huh? Because of my name. Now, when Moses came down, he saw the despicable things that the people was doing, which caused him to break the tablets. God looked at him. He said, all right, man. He said, go hew out some stones, get some tablets, and come on back up here. The ones you broke, man, you broke. He said, come on back up here. Where we at?
Verse 2.
Time sheet.
And the angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a flame of fire.
So now, and the angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a flame of fire out of the midst of a bush. Time sheet.
And the angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a flame of fire out of the midst of a bush. And he looked, and behold, the bush burnt with fire.
The bush burnt with fire. So the angel what? Appeared unto him in the midst of the fire. Right? The angel of the Lord appeared to him in the midst of the fire, out of the midst of the bush. Time sheet.
And he looked, and behold.
He looked, and behold,
the bush was not.
The bush burnt with fire.
Burnt with fire, and the bush was not consumed.
That's a hell of a sight. For a bush to be burning and it ain't consuming. That's not no vision.
No.
This is something that God did to draw Moses' attention. Which means if you don't have no attention to read, not attention to your what's the word? to draw his curiosity. If you're not curious, I still don't know the word. Not the curious. Not interest. It's another word. Well, God did that to draw his attention. Draw his attention towards this. And if you don't have, that's still not the word. Still not the word. The correct word. Which means if you don't have no interest in serving God and doing these laws, man, God not gonna deal with you. Huh? God not gonna deal with you. You have to have or show some type of interest in God so that God can open your eyes to these laws.
Determination.
If Moses would have turned away from that bush, God would have never spoke to him. But he did that and caused that bush to be incinerated and to be on fire to draw Moses' interest. So he looked, the bush is burning, but it ain't being consumed. He said, what in the world is this? That's like you see a garment hanging up. The garment is on fire, but the garment is not being consumed or burnt. Everything is still like this, but it's on fire. You gonna go. That's gonna draw anybody's attention. Huh? You mean with Leviticus 10 with the priests? No, Aaron's sons. Yeah, Aaron's sons. They got Abihu. That's right. That's right. They sent up strange fire. They got Abihu. God sent the fire down from heaven and consumed them, but their garments wasn't even burnt. They was able to carry them in their garments. Because God has directed and commanded that fire not to burn. Not to burn. That wasn't no vision, man. So go ahead and read.
I will now turn aside and see this great sight.
So I will now turn away and see this great sight.
While the bush is not burnt. And when the Lord saw that he turned aside to see, God called unto him out of the midst of the bush and said, Moses. He said, Here am I. And he said, Draw not nigh hither. Put off thy shoes from off thy feet, for the place whereon thou standest is holy.
He said, listen, don't draw that. He said, draw not nigh. Don't come too close. Because the place where you standing at is what?
Holy ground.
It's holy ground. That's the presence of God. And that's what made it holy. His presence. Okay? Tom She.
Moreover, he said, I am the God of thy fathers.
He said, moreover, he said, I am the God of thy fathers. Like I said this morning, I said, all praises to the creator of heaven and earth, the God of my father, the God of my direct father, Chief Eleazar. This God is the same God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So I'm able to say the God of my direct father. Because my father served God. My God did these laws. Wholeheartedly. Tom She. Yeah.
I am the God of thy fathers, the God of Abraham, the
God of Abraham, the God of Isaac,
the God of Jacob.
The God of Jacob.
And Moses hid his face.
Moses hid his face.
For he was afraid to look upon God.
Moses hid his face. He was afraid to look. He hearing the voice of God coming out of the midst of this burning bush that's on fire. Go ahead.
And the Lord said, I have surely seen the affliction of my people.
He said, I have surely seen the affliction of my people. I have realized that these people are afflicted. Tom She.
Of my people which are in Egypt.
Which are in Egypt. And that's why God said, we got to learn and we can't treat strangers the way we want to treat them because you were strangers in the land of Egypt.
That's right.
You know how it is and how it feels to be treated like strangers. So because you know the feeling and you didn't like it, then God said, don't do it to them. Which means what? If you didn't like it for me and I didn't like it for me, then why I'm doing it to him? Or why I'm doing it to her? Those are, when you do things like that, those are not godly traits. So I got to be careful of how I treat people. I gotta be careful of that.
Okay.
And I'm not talking about I'm talking about our people.
That's right.
Huh? And even if I go outside, I'm still not gonna treat them no way.
True.
I'm not gonna do this. Oh, you know, son, I'm not gonna do that because that's not godly.
Okay.
Right.
That's not godly.
That's right.
I'm not gonna bend over
Right.
and turn my back
Right.
and get stabbed. No, I'm not gonna do that.
That's right. Okay.
No.
Okay.
You know why? Because when you do things like that, you cause people to talk against your God.
Okay.
Hmm.
That's right.
I say when you do things
Yeah.
like that and move like that in the streets, you cause people to tarnish God's name.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's why Moses turned to God and asked God and told God, he said, oh no, Lord. Oh Lord God, don't do that. Don't wipe out these people. He said, because the nation's going to talk against you. The nation's going to blaspheme your name. So the one thing we got to realize and recognize is our actions and how we do and the things that we say, that it doesn't, that we don't give occasion for people to talk against God. Tom Sheep.
The Lord said, I have surely seen the affliction of my people which
Uh-huh.
are in Egypt. I have heard their cry by reason of their taskmasters. For I know their
For I
sorrow.
know their sorrow. For I know their pain. He said, for I know your pains. This is often the realm. This is the realm and the mindset of a person with a liberal heart. You know what a liberal heart is? A liberal heart is a generous person, right? You are sensitive about the needs of others and how they may feel. Godly traits. Godly traits. These are traits that we have to develop to draw. These are all ways. That's not no law. Those are the ways of God. And when God said, man, what's wrong with you people, man? You need to change your ways. We need to begin to think like this. We need to begin to move like this. We got the front lid and the bracelet and the garment and all these things, that tangible things that we can see with our eyes. But now we got to change the inside. We got to change our heart. We got to change our mindset.
That's what changed all that from the inside.
That's right. Tom Sheep.
Now I come down to deliver them out of the hand of the Egyptians and to bring them up out of that land unto a good land.
Unto
the
a
large,
good land.
the land flowing with milk and honey.
Land flowing with milk and honey.
Unto the place of the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Amorites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites.
It's time. Like the brother said this morning, it's time. It's time for me to get them out of here. You know why it was time? Because the sins of these nations has ran over. Their time has expired to be get out. It's time to go. So God said, hey, now it's time to get them out, and I'm going to get rid of these nations and place them inside of this holy land. This land that flows with milk and honey. Don't go there on your own. Stay out of Jerusalem. Because now you want to go against the commandment of God. God kicked you out, and you want to go back. You don't belong there. And that's why there's so much wars. We don't belong there. It's wars going on over there.
I hear niggas talking about they're going to go back now.
It's
Go
wars
back now.
going on over there, man.
That's what's keeping them out of here.
But God kicked us out because we refused to hearken to his laws, commandments, and statutes. We want to go back. Look, we ain't going back. Look, the 400 years is up. You're right. Yeah, the 400 years is up. But you better not go back there. I'm staying right here. Tom Sheep.
And I have also seen the oppression wherewith the Egyptians oppressed them.
I have also acknowledged and realized the oppression wherewith who? The Egyptians oppressed them. Tom Sheep.
Come now, therefore, and I will send thee unto Pharaoh, as thou mayest bring forth my people, the children of Israel.
What verse you at?
About 11.
Tom Sheep.
And Moses said unto God, who am I that I should go unto Pharaoh, and that I should bring forth the children of Israel out of Egypt?
Uh-oh. Moses said, who am I? He said, who am I that I should go to Pharaoh? You know what that means? You know what that tell me? He's not. He don't have pride in him. He's very, there you go, humble. Humility. He don't have pride in him. He don't got his head pushed up in the air. He's not proud. He feel like he's nothing compared to Pharaoh. He said, who am I to go step to Pharaoh? This man is, he's the leader and the head of a ruler of the one of the world powers of a whole nation. And I'm going to go and tell him something? Look what God told him.
And he said, certainly I will be with thee, and this shall be a token unto thee that I have sent thee. When thou hast brought forth the people out of Egypt, ye shall serve God upon them.
He said, certainly I will be with thee, and this shall be a token unto thee that I have sent thee. When thou hast brought forth the people out of Egypt,
ye shall serve God upon this mountain.
Tamshi.
And Moses said unto God,
he said, when I get you out of Egypt, I'm going to bring you right back here. I'm going to bring you right back here at this spot. Go ahead, read.
behold, when I come unto the children of Israel, and shall say unto them, the God of your fathers has sent me unto you, and they shall say to me, what is his name?
What verse you at?
13.
Okay.
What is his name? What shall I say unto them? And God said unto Moses, I am.
And God said unto Moses, I am that I am. Right? The word for I am that I am, it means Ehiyeh, Asher, Ehiyeh. Right? Ehiyeh, Ehiyeh. The root word for Ehiyeh is Hayah. Hayah means I exist. Hayah means I exist. Huh? When you have such of a title, I exist, anything, see, living and exist is two different definitions. Right. Something that lives can die. Exist means, those are heavy titles, man. He said, I exist. That's what Hayah means. I will be that I will be. I am that I am. That's why the Creator, with such titles, he was able, his glory was able to come down inside of a cloud. I will be whatsoever I will be. Come on, man. We serve the God of the spirits of all flesh. That's what we serve. Tom Sheep.
Thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, I am, has sent me unto you. And God said moreover unto Moses,
he said, I am has sent me unto you.
And God said moreover unto Moses, thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, the Lord God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac,
the Lord God of your fathers, the God of Abraham,
the God of Isaac,
the God of Isaac,
the God of Jacob has sent
the God
me
of Jacob has sent me unto you.
This is my name forever.
This is my name forever. He said, this is my name forever. Go ahead.
And this is my memorial unto all.
And this is my remembrance. A memorial is something to remember. He said, now this is what the Creator has introduced himself as. I am that I am. Not Yod He Wav He. He said, I am that I am. This is my name forever. And this is my memorial. This is my remembrance. For generations after generations after generations after generations. Because they want to know God. They said, man, what God are you talking about? He said, what God sent you? He said, man, they're going to ask your name. He said, what name can I give them? He said, I am that I am. I am that I am. Heavy philosophy. Heavy.
So who is we?
I will be that I will be.
So who is we to call on God's name?
Tom Sheep.
Right.
Come on, man.
Go and gather the elders of Israel together and say unto them, the Lord God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, of Isaac, and of Jacob, appeared unto me, saying, I have surely visited you.
I have surely visited you. I have surely remembered you.
And seen that which is done to you in Egypt. And have said, I will bring you up out of the affliction of Egypt unto the land of the Canaanites and the Hittites, the Amorites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites. Unto a land flowing with milk and honey.
Unto a land flowing with milk and honey.
They shall hearken to thy voice.
They shall hearken to thy voice. And thou shalt come.
Thou and the elders of Israel. Unto the king of Egypt. And you shall say to him, the Lord God of the Hebrews hath met with us. Now let us go.
The Lord God of the Hebrews had met with us. He said, now it's time for us to go. Go ahead.
We beseech thee 3 days' journey into the wilderness, that we may sacrifice to the Lord our God. And I am sure that the king of Egypt will not let you go. No, not by a mighty hand. And I will stretch out my hand and smite Egypt with all my wonders, which I will do in the midst thereof. And after that, he will let you go. And I will give this people favor in the sight of the Egyptians. And it shall come to pass that when ye go, ye shall not go empty.
I will give these people favor in the sight of the Egyptians. So when you go to court, God is the one that caused you to gain favor in the eyesight of the judge. When the police pull you over, God is the one that caused you to gain favor in the eyes of the police. So when these things happen and transpire, it's because it's only by the will of God. God caused it to happen. Either for something you did before, or there's something that you're not doing.
That's right.
But we are so far away from God that we can't pinpoint it. Because we done violated and violated and violated so much. Remember Reuben. Reuben went to go get food. And when Joseph dealt with him harshly, brought them back with that cup, he said, listen, this guy got to go into bondage now. I'm keeping him. Y'all could go. They stepped off and they said in their own language. He said, yo, man. He said, all this is happening to us because of how we and what we did to Joseph. Which means from the time they violated Joseph and did what they did to Joseph, they ain't sinned no more after that. You know how many years that was? So we got to be careful when we say certain things against these men in this book, because the 12 sons of Israel is better than you and me. Reuben is better than me. Simeon, Levi, Judah, every one of Jacob's sons is better than me.
They're not cut off from God.
They're not cut off from God, man.
Society is cut off from God.
They are accepted from God. I'm trying to get accepted. I'm trying to break the ranks. I'm trying to crash the party. And Joseph realized it and recognized it and said, man, all that happened was of God. Because remember, Joseph started getting these dreams. The sun, the moon, and the 11 stars. Then he started talking about the sheaves that stood up and bowed. That child was something else. He started getting these dreams as a child. As a child, man. Tom C.
Verse 22. But every woman shall borrow of her neighbor, and of her that sojourneth in her house, jewels of silver, jewels of gold, raiment, and you shall put upon them your sons, and upon your daughters, and you shall spoil the Egyptians.
Tom C. Chapter 4.
And Moses answered and said, but behold, they will not believe me, nor hearken unto my voice, for they will say, the Lord has not appeared unto me.
But Moses said, if I go down there, they're not going to believe me. They're not going to hearken to my voice. They're not trying to hear it. Okay? Go ahead, read.
And the Lord said unto him,
what God told him.
What is that in thine hand?
He said, what you got in your hand?
And he said, a rod.
A rod.
And he said, cast it on the ground.
Cast it on the ground.
He cast it on the ground.
And he cast it on the ground. And it
became
became a serpent.
And Moses fled.
Moses ran from it. Now, wait a minute. Now we're going to learn how God works. The Creator used the same thing that the people believed in to get your attention. Remember, my father was dealing with a bunch of witchcraft. And God used the same thing that he believed in to draw his attention to God. Because he was walking and he saw a mask. And he knew that these masks was only used in witchcraft. So that's what drew his attention into the store until he presented it. And then the dude said, Saturday, he said, no, I don't live that way. He went to Chief Kaya. He said he went to go battle and to match witch and warlockry and witchcraft. And Chief Kaya went like this. He said, no, I don't live like that. He said, sit down. And he took him to the wars of David. And my father said he's been hooked since then. Now we're going to learn and understand how God works and what God uses your belief. He uses your own despicable belief to draw you towards the right way.
And the Lord said unto Moses, put forth thine hand and take it by the tail.
Uh-huh.
And he put forth his hand and caught it, and it became a rod in his hand.
He said, put forth your hand and catch it. He was scared. He ran from it. But when God said, hey, grab it by the tail, scared, the fear done gone. He said, I'm scared, God. Man, I told you to grab it from the tail. I'm scared. What's wrong with you, man? That's like your son. I'm scared. I'm about, listen to me. Do this. I'm telling you to do this for a reason. You do it any other way, you'll get bit.
Grab it by the tail.
Time sheet.
They may believe that the Lord God of their fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, hath appeared unto thee. And the Lord said furthermore unto him, put now thy hand into thy bosom.
Put your hand in your bosom. Read.
He put his hand into his bosom.
He put his hand into his bosom.
When he took it out,
When he took it out, behold,
his hand was leprous as
leprous,
snow.
white as snow.
And he said, put thine hand into thy bosom again. And he put his hand into his bosom again and plucked it out of his bosom, and behold, it was turned again as his other flesh. And it shall come to pass that they will not believe thee, neither hearken to thy voice of the first sign, that they will believe the voice of the latter sign. And it shall come to pass, if they will not believe also these two signs, neither hearken unto thy voice, that thou shalt take of the water of the river and pour it upon the dry land. And the water which thou takest out of the river shall become blood upon the dry land. Moses said unto the Lord, O my Lord, I am not eloquent, neither heretofore, nor since thou hast spoken unto thy servant, but I am of slow speech and of a slow tongue. And the Lord said unto him, who hath made man's mouth, or who maketh the dumb or deaf, or the seeing, or the blind? Have not I the Lord? Now therefore go, and I will be with thy mouth, and teach thee what thou shalt say. And he said, O Lord, O my Lord, send, I pray thee, by the hand of whom.
So what happened now? He said, listen, I'm not good in speech. I'm not eloquent enough. Right? What God told him. He said, who made man's mouth? Huh? Who made the dumb and the seeing? He said, go on and do what I said, man. Go do and go relay the message. God wasn't going to use Aaron and Miriam. This is why God had to use Aaron. He was just going to use Moses alone. He didn't need nobody else because none of them, Aaron nor Miriam, had the heart of Moses. That's why when they spoke against Moses, God got angry. Huh? All you got to do is acquire and attain the heart and the mindset of God. And when people offend you, God gonna step in. Huh? All you gotta do, Moses didn't know what they were saying. But because of his mindset and his ways and the way Moses was, he said, nah. He said, I'm not gonna have you guys talk against this guy here, man. He said, y'all think y'all on the same level. I said, y'all think y'all on the same level. Y'all not on the same level with Moses. He said, I speak to this guy face to face. Face to face, I done spoke to this man. Tom Sheet.
Now therefore go, and I will be thy mouth, and will teach thee what thou shalt say.
What verse what?
Verse 13.
Tom Sheet.
And he said, O my Lord, send, I pray thee, by the hand of whom thou wilt say. And the anger of the Lord was kindled against Moses.
Because he kept going. God said, listen, I got you, man. Who make the mouth? I do. Moses come. He said, please send somebody, please.
Yeah.
Somebody to speak on behalf. Go ahead, read.
And he said, it's not Aaron, the Levite.
He says, not Aaron, the Levite, thy brother.
I know that he can speak well.
I know that he can speak
And
well.
also, behold, he cometh forth to meet you.
He's coming to meet you.
When he seeth thee,
When he see you,
he will be glad in his
he
heart.
gonna be glad in his heart. He gonna be happy to see you. Not when he see you, he screws up. He get tight. Look at this bastard. Start calling your own brother names. What in the world did this man do for you to call your own brother a bastard? Time shit.
Thou shalt speak unto him and put words in his mouth, and I will be with thy
I will
mouth
be with thy mouth
and with his
and
mouth,
with his mouth
and will teach you
and will
what ye
teach
shall
you
do.
what ye shall do. Time sheet.
And he shall be thy spokesperson, thy spokesman unto the people, and he shall be even he shall be to thee instead of a mouth. And thou shalt be to him instead of a God.
Time sheet.
And thou shalt take this rod in thine hand, wherewith thou shalt do signs. And Moses went and returned to Jethro his father-in-law, and said unto him, let me go, I pray thee, and return unto my brethren which are in Egypt, and see whether they be yet alive. And Jethro said to Moses, go in peace.
Go in peace.
And the Lord said unto Moses in Midian, go,
Let shalom.
return unto Egypt, for all the men that are dead which sought thy life.
God came to him. He said, listen, everybody that sought your life, wanted to kill you, said they dead. He said, I done killed them. He said, go on back to Egypt and go relay these messages that I done filled you. Read.
And Moses took his wife
and his sons
and set them upon an ass.
And
he returned to the land of Egypt. And Moses took the rod of God
in his hand.
The Lord said unto Moses, when thou goest to return into Egypt, see that thou do all those wonders.
You go to return to Egypt, make sure you do all these wonders that I showed you to Pharaoh, before Pharaoh.
Which I have put in thine hand. But I will harden his heart, that he shall not let the people go.
He said, I will harden Pharaoh's heart. Do we think Pharaoh is the only one that God is hardening their heart? When your heart is hardened, he hardens your mind.
New fashion.
A hardened heart, a hardened mindset. What a hardened mindset is, you refuse to change your mindset. You refuse to change how you think. A hardened heart or a hardened mindset, right? To stop having kind or friendly feelings for someone or caring about something. Your heart is hardened against the things that is lawful and right by God. So when God hardens your heart against doing his laws, you can't serve God.
You don't want it.
That's
the whole of Israel now.
God only hardened the heart of people who he shuns and push away. An unyielding mindset. You know what an unyielding mindset? You won't give in. You won't give in to the laws of God. You won't give in to the mindset of God. I keep telling you, this is godly. This is godly. This is righteousness. This is what God likes. You think people care? Nobody cares about what God likes. Nobody cares about what God accepts, because God has hardened your heart. Now, that's why you can't accept these laws. That's why you can't accept this over here, because you're stuck with your own mindset. You stuck on that, man.
It's a game.
Time sheet.
If thou shalt say unto Pharaoh, thus saith the Lord, Israel is my son.
Israel is my son.
Even my firstborn.
Even my firstborn. Israel is my son.
Not Jake.
So what's this I have? For he gave his only begotten son to die for the world.
It's the making me
His only begotten son. God said, Israel's my son, my firstborn. Not no JC, not no dude that they hung on the cross, which was never a cross. It was a tree that he originally was hung on.
Hung on a tree.
It was a tree that he was originally hung on. And God said, anybody that's hung on a tree is a curse of God. But these are the people that the people is praying to. You know, the world, the whole world has been confused. There are Israelite brothers that have turned messianic and want to prove that there is a JC. What?
They ran down on that dude, man.
They ran down on him.
They
Took him, hung him up on a tree. They pierced his hands and his feet with nails. Those was Roman and Greek customs. Anytime they caught a violator, they took you, strung you up, put you up on a cross, put spikes between your foot and your hands, and you stay there and rot. You stay there and die in the sun, and get ate off of from vultures and crows. Tom sheep.
And if thou refuse to let him go, behold, I will slay thy son, even thy
He said, I'll
firstborn.
slay your son, even your firstborn. Huh? Go ahead.
And it came to pass by the way in the end.
You know why God slayed the firstborn in Egypt? Because the firstborn son was the next Pharaoh.
Yeah.
Okay? He was the next Pharaoh in line. And he also was honored as a god.
There you go. That's why.
He also was honored as a god. So he killed all those plagues was in battle and defiance of the gods of the Egyptians. Each and every one of them. Tom sheep.
And it came to pass by the way in the end.
And it came to pass by the way in the end. Tom sheep.
That the Lord met him.
That the Lord met who? Go ahead.
And sought to kill him.
The Lord met who? The Lord met Moses. Stood in the way. Somewhat, when I read that, it reminded me when Balaam, was it Balaam or Barak? When they, who?
Balaam is the one that.
Balaam was the curse of Balak. He's walking, sitting on a mule. The path is narrow.
That's Balaam.
That was Balaam. Path is narrow. He can't go left, can't go right. Why are we going? God closed the eyes of Balaam to where he could not see what was ahead. The ass seen it. The ass seen it. When he looked, boom, sat down. So Balaam looked at the ass, he beat flames out that. Bow, get up, man. Let's go. So he keep beating the ass. He keep beating the ass. God opened the mouth of the ass. He said, like turned his head, looked at him. He said, what's wrong with you, Balaam? He said, haven't I served thee all my life? How long have you ever known me to do such a thing? Which means wisdom should connect and say, wait, is something going wrong?
Right.
Why is my ass moving like this? What is ahead of the ass? God opened the eyes of Balaam. When Balaam opened his eyes and looked, the angel of God is before him. God said, if you would have went, he said, I would have spared this ass. And you would have died. I would have killed you. He said, there's no reason for you to be striking the ass. Huh? Which means what? The animals know. Talking about animal cruelty, they know who to go to, and they consent. And this guy here always stringing me up. Then he look at you and want to bite you after a little treatment. Then he comes to the next one. He want to rub. The animals know. They know, man. So he said, where else you at? It said, and it came to pass in the way in the end that the Lord met him and sought to kill him. Right? Then what Zipporah did?
Then Zipporah took a sharp
Zipporah
stone
took a sharp stone,
and cut off the foreskin of her
cut
son
off the foreskin of her son.
and cast it at his feet.
Okay, time out. So from reading this, the book said that Zipporah took a sharp stone, circumcised her son, and took the foreskin and cast it. Anything you cast, you throw, right?
Okay.
When I look up the word for cast, it says naga. She didn't throw no foreskin at Moses, man. We don't have boisterous women. Imagine that. Circumcise them, take the foreskin, and throw it at them. The word for cast is naga. It means that she approached his feet. She approached his feet. She reached for his feet. She touched his feet, which means the only way to touch a man's feet, you have to prostrate and bow. So after she cut the foreskin, she humbled herself and prostrated herself before her Lord. She didn't throw nothing at him. Huh? She cast it at his feet. She approached his feet. She reached for his feet. And what she said? Surely a bloody husband art thou to me.
So he let him go.
So he let him go.
Then she said, a bloody husband thou art because of the circumcision.
Because of the circumcision.
The Lord said to Aaron, go into the wilderness.
You see the importance of circumcision?
Very important.
You know how many people, you know how many men is walking around here not circumcised? Which means you will never be accepted of God. Circumcision, you gotta cut that foreskin off.
That's right.
That foreskin needs to go
Covenant,
in
man.
order to get into that covenant, that agreement, in order to be accepted of God.
Right.
Don't lie, because you're only lying to yourself. Don't lie. Talk about you circumcised, or we're gonna have some short arm inspections in here one day. Brother, come on in the room. My name ain't Mary, but I want to see it. Pull it out. I want to see it. I want to see a crown. If I don't see the crown, you go down the spot. That means you've been lying.
Army helmet.
I want to see the helmet. See, these things we look, it can't go. You know, in time in history, there was a time in history where the nation of Israel had reached their lowest point at a certain time in history, and they uncircumcised themselves. That's painful, man. Uncircumcised means they had to take a hot blade and put it back pointy. They needed a hot blade to melt that. That's pain. But they did that just to subject themselves under the government.
That's right. They would have seen the government. They would have knew it was Israelites. They would have killed them.
Time sheet.
The Lord said unto Aaron, go into the wilderness to meet Moses. And he went and met him in the mountain of God and kissed him. And Moses told Aaron all the words of the Lord who had sent him and all the signs which he had commanded him.
Okay,
Moses,
let's cut that. Let's cut that. Let's go to Hosea. Go to Hosea chapter 4, people. My people, I mean. But you will only be my people if you serve the same God I serve.
That's right.
You can't be my people and we don't serve the same God.
That's right.
I say you can't be my people if we don't serve the same God.
Right.
Why you think Samuel walked away and ready to spit on King Saul? He said, I said, God has rejected you, King. Not all black people is my people.
No, they're not.
You could be pink and you serve the same God I serve. That pink man is my people.
Talk about it.
Huh?
People ain't nothing but niggas.
Okay?
Talk about it.
So not because you're black means you're my people.
Talk about it.
Chief Absalom said something last week, and I got to speak on it.
Talk about it.
Because Chief Absalom, he said we got to know who we do good to.
Yeah.
Right.
And you know what? The man is right.
Right.
The man is right.
That's
You know why?
right.
Because God said, do good to the godly.
That's right.
Okay? You know what he said? You know what God said to do to the wicked? He said, feed the wicked. And I will what? And I will heap hot coals upon his head. So that's the only thing I would do to a wicked and evil sucker. I will feed him. But I'm not going to straighten your hands by giving you money. I'm not going to give you money. I will feed you. You want something to eat, brother? No, I don't want nothing to eat. Just give me. I don't got nothing for you, brother. You have a good day. I'll see you later. You want something to eat? Yeah, okay, good. I'll go to the store, right to the Jewish, to the Jamaican spot. Get some baked macaroni, oxtails, rice, and some solid fish. I don't eat oxtails. You know why I don't eat the tails of oxes? Because there's no meat on there. There's nothing but fat and gristle. And my forefathers didn't eat oxtail.
No, they didn't. That's a slave dish.
We didn't eat oxtail, man.
From slavery, a slave dish.
Our forefathers didn't eat the pertinence.
They didn't eat chicken wings.
You think they ate liver?
No.
You think they ate the kidneys?
No.
You think they ate all those things? No.
Chicken, Negro.
No.
Let's read. Where we at? Hosea chapter
4. Hear the word of the Lord, ye children of Israel.
So only a certain type of people is going to hearken to God. Only a certain type of people is going to hear the word of God. Right? He said, hear the word of the Lord. Huh? Hear the word of the Lord, ye children of Israel. Top sheet.
For the Lord hath a controversy with the inhabitants of the land.
Wait a minute, man. So if God have a controversy with the inhabitants of the land, you think he's at peace with us?
No.
I said, you think God is at peace with us? No. So if God got a controversy with the inhabitants of the land back then, what makes you think now we are worse than these people back then? We're worse now than ever. Huh? Now what is a controversy? Reeb, resh, yod, bait. It means to quarrel. It means to contend. It means to strive. And all these things means what? It's a disagreement.
It's an argument.
There is some type of disagreement between the nation of Israel and God. All right? Now, God ain't in no disagreement. We the ones are disagreeing with God. We are disagreeing with God. We the ones are going against God. So because we are in disagreement with God and we are going against God, God got to turn his back on us. Huh? When we go against God's laws, we are in disagreement. When we sin presumptuously, we are in disagreement. We need to be on point with ourselves, man. We really need to be on point. Tom C.
Because there is no truth, nor mercy, nor knowledge of God in the land. Because
there is no truth, no mercy, nor knowledge of God in the land. Let's go into that part, right? Truth, which is emet. Emet means what? Firmness and stability. Huh? What is stability? Stability is the strength to remain firm.
Established.
Woo! When you're stable and you have stability in God, you have the strength to pull away from that which is unlawful. That's the strength to remain firm. You're not going to waver. You're not going to fluctuate. You're not going to shift because you got the stability to remain firm in the laws and the commandments of God. Now, what is firm? What do you mean by firm? To remain firm in God. Unlikely to change. It's very unlikely to change. Maybe you could flip this one and change that one, but this one ain't changing. Hey, you don't think the adversary knew who he could? You don't think the serpent didn't know who he can beguile? You ever asked yourself why the serpent didn't go to Adam all the time? Huh? Because he knew who he could beguile, and he knew messing with Adam, I ain't gonna be able to trick him. And the only way to get to Adam is what? Is what? The only way to get to Adam is what? Through his wife. Right? Now, unlikely to change, unyielding, right? Right? Weak and uncertain. Uncertain means you're doubtful. You're doubtful. Okay? You're doubtful. Okay? Now, what does weak means? Not able to resist the external forces. Not able to resist the external forces. What is the external forces? The outside. The outside force. You know what's the outside force? When you get tempted to go and do and live according like the world lives. Okay? It also means to vacillate. To vacillate means to waver. To waver in the mind. To waver means to fluctuate, to shift, to waver in the mind, will, or feeling. That's the reason why. When you waver in your mind and your will and the feeling, you are undecided.
Mine ain't made up.
Huh? Mine ain't made up. Okay? Now, to waver in the mind, will, or feelings. Now, go ahead. Where we at? What verse we at?
Verse 2.
Verse 2, Tom sheet.
Verse 1.
No, finish verse 1, sorry.
For the Lord had the controversy with the inhabitants of the land, because there was no truth, nor mercy,
nor
knowledge of God in the land.
Nor mercy. Right? What is mercy? Mercy is compassion shown towards others. Okay? Now, in order of mercy, if I want God to have mercy towards me, then I have to be merciful. If I'm not merciful, then what do I expect? Why do I expect God to be merciful to me? And I'm not being merciful. One thing we need to do is realize that in Leviticus 11, it never stated the clean birds. It never stated the clean birds. Okay? The only birds that is stated that we use was pigeons, quails, turtle doves. That's it. So therefore, because of that, and what is supposed to be our basis of findings? What shows us, what book tells us and shows us what is clean and what is unclean? This book. So because of that, that's why I don't eat chicken. That's the reason why I wouldn't eat chicken. You know why? Because the book, see, the word Leminehu means his after his kind, or after his kind meaning related to. Okay? And when we read that, we read about all the birds and what the birds are related to. Okay? Now, we are taking the words of people. We are taking information from people that is condemned of God. Sometimes they give good information, and sometimes you got to know when to push it away. Why? Because I'm not going to eat something that God did not say was clean. And then we need to realize something. Just like people, listen, we didn't have chicken. Chicken was never in the East.
Thank you.
Chicken wasn't in the East.
Thank
Talk
you.
about it.
A lot of these birds came from what's
Jungle fowl.
no, that's not the word.
T-Rex.
Wait, time out. What's the word when you say evolved?
Oh,
Not evolved. Some of them like evolved and came about. Some birds and things that we have today, they didn't have back then. You ain't see them back then because during you want to go science? That's science. Evolution process and things started to change. Habitat change. And a lot of things changed. A lot of things died off. There's no, the same way there's no original Hittite,
Right.
Canaanite,
Right.
Perizzite. It's the same thing that happened with the animals.
Yes. Same thing.
It's the same thing.
They go.
It's the same thing because each animal changed according. You think you had the same deer that was back then in Genesis? You think you had the same cow that was back then in Genesis?
They created new animals with that.
Most of it's crossbred.
So, brothers, you are entitled to your opinion.
That's right.
You know,
That's it.
I'm not angry with your opinion. That's your opinion.
Eat what you want.
That's your opinion. You know, it's not. I can't get angry with your opinion.
That's right.
And guess what? Because that won't be godly to me.
That's right.
I won't be godly.
You made a choice.
I won't be the man that I say I'm trying to strive to be. I'm not gonna go back and forth because that's what you feel and what you think.
That's right.
I'm not gonna do that, and that's what we need to realize and get out of that bracket.
Yeah.
We can't continue that way. God gave every man a choice.
That's right.
You want to do it, by all
That's
means,
on you.
go ahead. You don't have to agree. We can agree to disagree. But I know one thing we agree with. We serve one God. I know who the God of Abraham, Isaac is.
That's right.
We serve one God. So that's that. It is what it is.
What up, brother? Teach.
By swearing and lying and killing and stealing and committing adultery, they break out and blood toucheth blood.
What verse you at?
2.
2. Tom sheet.
Therefore shall the land mourn.
By swearing and lying and killing. In the Hebrew it says murder and stealing and committing adultery. They break out and blood toucheth blood. When blood toucheth blood, that's families. That's kinsmen. Two brothers going at each other's neck. That's not good in the eyes of God, and God hated that, man. But that's what it took after centuries and years after going, man, we turned against each other. You don't remember when King Zedekiah, he had his own people in slavery. And God had to tell me, he said, listen, if you let them go, he said, I will turn Babylon back. The man didn't listen, man. He didn't hearken. And guess what? Babylon came in and raided and took them. Look, Babylon came in and had its way with us. Tom sheet. Verse 3.
Therefore shall the land mourn, and every one of them, every one that dwelleth therein shall languish with the beasts of the field.
He said, therefore shall the land mourn. He said, therefore shall the land mourn. What land? Jerusalem. Jerusalem. Mourning for the nation of Israel. Raquel mourning for her son being taken away to captivity. And she was dead already. That's not no metaphor.
Nope.
I said that wasn't no metaphor, man.
Okay.
Nope.
Huh?
That wasn't poetry.
Go ahead, read.
Therefore shall the land mourn, and
Therefore shall the land mourn, and everyone that dwelleth therein shall languish. Wait a minute. Let's get this straight now. He said, therefore shall the land mourn, and everyone that dwelleth in that land shall languish. So let's get down to what that word languish is. The word for languish is amal. And because we didn't show the determination to serve God, this is what we got to go through now. Okay? What is languish? To grow weak. So everyone that's in the land is going to grow weak. So we're not going to do things to strengthen ourselves in God. Yeah, you serve God. Yeah, you keep the Shabbat, but you still do things to cut yourself off. That's why you can't see certain things. And that's why you can't understand certain things, because God said, everyone that dwelleth within the land shall languish. Huh? So we're going to do things. We're going to do things in our lives to cause us to be weak with God. Huh? The next definition for language, means not grounded.
Okay.
When you're not grounded, you shift back and forth.
Okay.
Huh? Okay. The next definition means not able to withstand temptation. Huh? What is temptation? When you get tempted to do the things that is unlawful, you give in. Not constant in the principal purposes. What is principal purpose? The laws and the commandments of God. Okay? Tom Shee.
With the beasts of the field and with the fowls of heaven, yea, the fishes of the sea shall also be taken away.
Okay. Now, we have what? Verse 3?
That was verse 3.
Okay.
Verse 4.
Go ahead, read. Verse 4.
Yet let no man strive nor reprove another.
Let no man strive, nor reprove another. Huh? Let no man strive. Ain't no arguing going on.
No.
I'm not going to correct you, and you ain't going to correct me. Why?
Nobody ain't listening.
Why? Because nobody's listening. Why?
But this people are they that strive with the
These
priests.
are the same people that argue with the priest.
Okay.
The priest showed them the law. They argue with the priest.
That's
So
right.
who is you?
That's a
You
fact.
go to these people, talk about you're going to show them who God is. Waste of time.
Fact.
Just like my brother used to say,
Fact.
and just like my father said,
Fact.
these are not the times.
Not the people.
It's not the times. And these are God-forsaken people. That the majority of these people is going to the pit.
Sit down.
Listen, man, God already got it selected.
That's right.
Let me realize something, man.
That's right.
We are not selected yet because we have not made ourselves to be selected. Because we still doing things to pull us away from God.
Come on, man.
We still doing things in our lives to pull ourselves away from God. You want to be chosen. Then start pushing up on his laws. Start sacrificing you for yourself for God. Start sacrificing your taste buds for God.
Come on, man.
Start sacrificing your emotions for God.
Man.
This way of life calls for sacrifice.
That's the sacrifice.
Sacrifice, man. And when you sacrifice, guess what? You draw God's attention towards you. That's why. Huh? Why do you think my pop made so much sacrifice and so much vows? Why he made so much vows and sacrifice, and he sacrificed himself? Huh? Huh? We gotta realize something, man.
Talk about it.
We gotta realize
Talk
something.
about it.
Before we get it right, he gonna make you slip. He gonna make you bump your head. Huh? Huh? My father sacrificed his health
Talk about
in his
that.
body for the laws of God.
How you learned it.
And then after he went through sacrificing himself, then he opened his eyes. He said, look, you've been doing it wrong all the while. But before you get it right, you got to do it wrong.
Sure.
To show how determined you are.
Talk about it.
And how dedicated you are. Huh? Huh? Come on, man.
All facts.
Tom C.
Therefore shalt thou fall in the day, and the prophet shall fall with thee in the night,
Therefore shalt thou fall in the day. Read.
and that prophet shall also fall with thee in the night, and I will destroy thy mother.
Uh-oh. You shall fall in the day, and now what? With
And thou
thee in the
prophet
night,
shall fall
and I will
with thee in the
destroy thy mother. Right? You know what that is? The destruction of Jerusalem. Why do you think God allowed that? Why in the world you think God allowed Jerusalem to be ransacked and destroyed? Because of our doings with God. Verse 6.
My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge.
My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Kemo Aksha. Destroyed, meaning what? Cut off for lack of knowledge. Huh? Caused to cease for lack of knowledge. Huh? Lack of knowledge means you don't have, not knowledge is to know how. Huh? You don't have the knowledge of God. Huh? You don't got the knowledge of God. And this is why when you don't know, you stay away.
When in doubt.
When in doubt, you
Do
do
it
it
out.
out. If I don't have the knowledge of what I'm talking about and you can't prove what you're saying, pull away. Because I can't chance myself. I can't put myself, I can't afford that. I can't chance my life. I'm dealing with my life. It said my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Because thou hast
rejected knowledge.
Because thou hast rejected knowledge. Wait a minute. Rejected. What does reject mean? Ma'as. Ma'as means to reject. It means to refuse. It means to despise. So when we despise God, that's called what? Willful disobedience. When we despise God, that's called willful disobedience. Willful disobedience against what? Against his laws, which is presumptuousness. God has rejected us for failing to meet his standards. I said God has rejected us for failing to meet his standards. We are in the deep hole. We in the deep hole, and we haven't gotten out of it yet.
Somebody said, "Don't give you no water, so you can stay on fire."
We are in the deep hole, and we haven't gotten out of it yet. You know why I say we are in the deep hole? Because one thing we got to realize, and I say this all the time, we don't have Moses here to explain nothing. We don't have no one here to inquire of God. This is why God gave us this book. And if you have any wisdom, if you don't read it here, you stay away from it. If you have any wisdom, whatever you read here, you can accept. If you have any wisdom, if you don't read it here, you better not accept it. Don't try to add it in and add on, because you may be violated.
You are violated.
All right? Where we at? He said, hold on. Okay. Go ahead, Tom C. No, hold on. I'm sorry. Hold up. Reject. Right? You want to know if God rejected you? You want to know if God really rejected you? To reject means to refuse to accept. But we so far away, we can't even perceive it. We can't even perceive and know when God has rejected us. Or if God has accepted us. To regard, to consider, to submit to the will of God. You refuse to do these things, man. To refuse is what? Unwillingness is when you lack desire to do what is right by God. Unwillingness. You don't have the desire to do this. You don't have the desire to push up on his laws. Tom C.
Because thou hast rejected knowledge, I will also reject thee.
Where we at?
6.
Go ahead.
That thou shalt be no priest to me, seeing that thou hast forgotten the laws of thy God. I will also forget thy children.
He says, seeing that thou hast forgotten the laws of thy God. He said, because you forgot me, I'm going to forget your seed. I said, I'm going to forget your seed. I said, because you forgot me, God said, because you forgot me, I'm going to forget your seed. This is why I always read Psalms. Was it Psalms 1? It says, it speaks about it speaks about, and this is what you call, it was a metaphor, but it was a meaning. It ain't talking about the actual trees, huh? It ain't talking about the actual trees, right? In Psalms 1, it says what, right? It says, blessed is the man that have walked not in the counsel of the godly, that have not walked in the counsel of the wicked. Be careful of who you get counsel and advice from.
You better.
Huh? Because you go and receive counsel from people that God don't accept, and it's not wise counsel. Now you start following in the ways of people, or in the ways of the wicked. God don't accept that. Huh? Huh? It said, nor stand it in the way of sinners. Whatever you stand to, you agree. I said, whatever you stand to, you agree. Oh, say, can everybody stand? No, I was the only one sitting down. And I make sure I tell the school, my kids sit down or put them out the classroom, because we don't stand and pledge your allegiance to no flag. We stand and pledge allegiance to God's laws. We stand and pledge allegiance to the laws, commandments, and statutes. He said, but his delight is in the law of the Lord, and in his law doth he meditate day and night. He said, he shall be like the tree planted by the rivers of water, and bringing forth his fruit in his season. His leaf also shall not wither. Where the leaves came from? The leaves came from the tree. The leaves is the children. And because of the righteousness of the Father, God is not going to cause his children to wither or turn away from God. So you want to keep your children in doing law? You want your children to stay within the rights of the laws of God? You got to be right. You got to make sure you're right. You got to make sure you're right. Sometimes a man stay right with God, and sometimes you may still have a son that go off. It happens. But you did your job. Do your job. Go back. Hosea 4, verse
7.
As
they were increased,
Hosea 4, verse 7. As they increased, they sinned against me.
Therefore will I change their glory into shame.
Therefore will I change their glory into shame. What is the things that we are supposed to glory in? In the laws of God, in the Shabbat, in the appointed times, in the appointed seasons that come up. But God done flipped it and changed it all into, changed his glory to shame. Tom, see?
They eat up the sin of my people.
They eat up the sin of my people. Who ate up the sin of my people? You know what they was talking about? The sin offerings. When they set up the sin offerings, they ate it and consumed it. All right? Go ahead.
And they set their heart on their iniquity.
And they set their heart on what?
On their iniquity.
On their iniquity. They set their mind on their iniquity. What verse is that?
That's 8.
8, right?
Yeah.
What is iniquity? Iniquity, our own. One of the definitions of iniquity is depravity. Depravity. Depravity means moral corruption. Depravity also means innate. INNATE. Innate means inborn. Inborn means it's in you. Inborn what? Inborn corruption of human nature due to the original sin. So because of the original sin that went down way back in time from in Genesis, we have inborn iniquity, inborn evil in us. Natural, born evil within us. But we can change it and we can get it out. It ain't hard to get that out. We can get that out. Don't succumb and buckle down to that. Tom, see?
And there shall be like people, like priests.
What
I will punish them.
It says sin was 9, right? Say that, verse 9. It says, set their heart on their iniquity. The word for heart is nefesh. They set themselves, they set their spirit, they set themselves upon their own sin. Tom sheet. Verse 9.
Verse 9.
Tom
And
sheet.
there shall be like people like priests, and I will punish them for their ways and reward them for their
They
doings.
shall be like people like priests, and I will punish them according, and I will what? Punish them for what? For their ways. Paquad. I will visit them for their ways. I will prove them for their ways. Huh? According to your ways. I will attend to you according to your ways. So according to my ways is how God gonna deal with you. Huh? I said according to your ways is how God deal with you. So how God deal with you is don't have to be with that person because your ways is more filthier than his. According to how God dealt with this person, he ain't gonna deal with that person because he don't have filthy ways like you. Verse 9, read it over.
Read it over. And there shall be like people like priests,
Uh-huh.
and I will punish them for their ways.
Punish them for their
And
ways.
reward them for their doings.
Reward them their doings. To reward them their doings means to return them their doings. According to things that you do in life, God return it back to you. It comes back. Whatever you put out, it comes back. Tom sheet.
But they shall eat and not have enough.
Their doings, their practices. Huh? Anything you practice becomes a habit. I can't get my kids when they turn 20 and say, when you coming back to teachings? They're already used on living a lifestyle that you have allowed them to do because you didn't put your foot down and corral them and brought them in so that their spirit can grow accustomed to this.
That's right.
So that their spirit can grow accustomed to this. So that their spirit can grow accustomed to sitting in these seats for 2, 3, 4 hours.
Yeah.
That's why
Learning. Yeah.
a regular man, a regular woman, we ain't regular. We ain't regular. They regular.
Yeah.
They can't sit in these seats for all these hours.
Listen.
Dying to get out the chairs.
Yeah.
We sit here too long.
Yeah.
I'm tired of sitting here.
Yeah.
Huh?
We're not breaking. I don't break.
Tom sheet.
But they shall 10. They shall eat and not have enough.
They shall eat and not have enough. The word for enough is shin beit ayin. It means not satisfied. And these are ungodly traits when you are not satisfied. Okay? When you're not satisfied, you're insatiable. When you're not satisfied, you're hard to please. When you're not satisfied, you're unappeasable.
Yeah. Never satisfied.
Can't satisfy you with nothing.
Hey.
You do, then yo, the nigga ain't satisfied.
Don't appreciate it. Don't appreciate it.
You don't appreciate nothing.
Everything's good as long as you keep doing it.
Tom sheet.
Because they have left off to take heed to. For they shall eat and have enough, and shall commit whoredom, and shall not increase, because they have left off to take heed to the Lord.
It's like, and not have enough, and they shall commit whoredom, and shall not increase, because they have left off to take heed to the Lord. What is whoredom? Whoredom, it means zana. It means immorality. Whoredom not only means or has to do with sex. It also has to do with your morals. Immorality is idolatry. Idolatry is immoderate attachment. Immoderate attachment. Immoderate attachment are things that you are attached to that you find it very difficult to let go.
Heathen ways and heathen traditions.
Very hard to let go.
Heathen
And
holidays.
that's why when you try to expound on the laws and the commandments of God and you show somebody where you got to let that go.
They disagree.
They disagree.
I can't agree
And
with
they
you
got
on
a
that.
problem letting it go.
They're not going to like you.
They got a problem letting it
I
go.
can't agree with you on that.
Yeah, it's always a problem.
Go ahead.
Whoredom, wine, and new wine take away the heart.
Takes away the heart. Tom sheet.
My people ask counsel. My people
My
ask
people,
counsel at their stocks,
Wait. Hold on. That's verse 12, right?
Yeah.
Hold that. You said whoredom and wine. And new wine takes away the heart. Anytime it talks about the heart, it means the mind. Your understanding of God starts to deplete. Your understanding of God starts to go. Your mindset starts to deplete and go. Huh? Okay? When God take away your heart from serving him, you will begin to incline to your own heart's lust, your own heart's emotions, and your own thinking pattern. Lust starts. You know where lust starts at? Lust starts in the mind. I said lust starts in the mind. Then it begins to spring forth to our thoughts, and most often results in your actions.
Right.
You act it out. Time sheet.
Verse 12.
Time sheet.
My people ask counsel at their stocks,
My people ask counsel of their stocks,
and their staff declare it unto
and their
them.
staff declared it unto them. They turn, instead of turning to God, they start turning to wood. They turn to wood and they turn to stone. I told one brother, I said, listen, man, the 10 commandments that God gave us reiterated and told us not to have a graven image. What is a graven image? A graven image is anything that's carved or sculptured. So when you engrave or you sculpture or engrave a lion's head, a deer's head, a cow's head on top of a piece of a wood, those are graven images.
I don't care if you out of Judah.
You can't add that.
Doesn't matter.
And I don't want to touch that because I remember by reading the book where God said, God commanded Eve. People want to look and turn and call Eve a liar. No, you a liar. Eve didn't know what lying was. Eve was innocent. Eve didn't know evil. She didn't eat and partake of that tree of knowledge of good and evil. She was innocent. So when she said, God said, don't eat from it, neither shall you touch it. Which means these are two things that can cut you off. We have to watch and be careful of the things we consume. And we have to watch of the things that we touch, because whatever you touch, it goes into acceptance. Okay? And these are transmitters.
Stegosaurus.
Jacob took his hand and put it upon his grandson, and he blessed him. And he was able to chant a blessing and say a blessing, and it was transferred through his hands. When we pray, our posture, God told us and showed us our posture. We don't pray genuflexing on one knee. In the book, shows us our posture. He said we can bend the knee with our hands stretched forth. And when we stretch forth our hand, what is exposed? Your palms. Your head down. Okay? What's another posture? I read in the book where the book said, he said they bowed their heads and they worshipped. Right? So be careful about what you bow your head. We're going to have a moment of silence. Everybody bow your head. No, I ain't bowing my head. No, I'm not taking. One day I'm on the job. We finished the job. The job is completed. They raise the American flag. Then they start chanting and singing something. Everybody takes their hard hat off.
Yeah,
and
you
know who the only one that had their hard hat on? Me.
That's right. That's right.
So one heathenistic Negro, you don't have no respect. You don't want to take your hard hat off. I just looked at him.
Yeah. You know what that look
Don't even think of it.
I ain't said nothing. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I'm not taking my hard hat for nothing. I only respect one. I respect God. Say who? That's it. Let's read it.
For the spirit of whoredoms had caused them to err.
The spirit of whoredom was caused them to go astray. The spirit of whoredom what caused them to err. Go ahead.
Then they have gone a whoring from under their God. They sacrifice upon the tops of the mountains.
They sacrifice upon the tops of the mountains. Why they go? I always want to go up to the mountains. The high places.
High places.
Huh? They went. That's the high places. When they went up in the mountains to dedicate certain things to God, they want to get closer. Right. Go ahead, read.
And burn incense upon the hills, under oaks and poplars and elms, because the shadow thereof is good. Therefore, your daughters shall commit whoredom, and your spouses shall commit adultery.
Therefore, what?
Your daughters shall commit whoredom.
Therefore, your daughters should commit whoredom,
and your spouses shall commit adultery.
and your spouses shall commit adultery. So your spouses is your wife, right? But in the Hebrew, it don't say spouse, right? Kalotekem, it means your daughter-in-law. So not my spouse, but your daughter-in-law shall what? Shall commit adultery. So that's my son's daughter. And that's how you can tell whether you are out of the line of Jacob. When these things that we read about start happening to you. When these things that we read about start happening, specific things start going down in your life. Huh? My father said he went to the doctor one day, his back was bothering him. When he went to the doctor said, hey, you have a slight limp. He said, what do you mean, doc? You have a slight, one of your legs is slightly long or shorter than one. And that is what? One of the traits of who? Of Jacob. When what? When he wrestled with the angel, and what happened? And he dislocated his thigh. He lived for the rest of his life. He lived for the rest of his life. Messed up, okay?
That made his one.
All right?
Yeah.
Where we at? Verse what?
Verse 14.
Time sheet.
I will not punish your daughters when they commit whoredom.
I will not punish your daughters when they commit whoredom. God ain't gonna do them nothing. You know why? Because when we went astray and committed whoredom against God. So because we turned against God, I'm gonna make your daughters do it to you to see how you feel. So chill. I'm gonna make your daughters do it to you to see how it feels. Okay? Tom sheet.
I will not punish your daughters when they commit whoredom, nor your spouse when they commit adultery. For themselves are separated with whores. They sacrifice with harlots. Therefore, the people that do not understand shall fall.
Therefore shall the people. Wait a minute. He said, therefore shall the people that what?
That do not understand
shall fall.
Shall fall.
Okay? You know what it means to fall? Shall stray away. What does understanding mean? Understanding is to depart from evil. So because you refuse to depart from evil, God is going to cause you to stray away. You will begin to comply with ungodly things. You will begin to agree with ungodly things. Tom, see?
Though thou Israel play the
harlot,
let not Judah offend.
Don't let not Judah offend. You know what's the word for offend? Asham. Asham means to be guiltless, meaning having no guilt. And if you don't have no guilt, you can't serve God.
That's right.
Huh? Right. You can't serve God. Because to serve this God, you need guilt. You need guilt. You gotta have some type of shame. You gotta have some type of a conscience. Tom, see?
Though thou Israel play the harlot, yet let not Judah offend.
Tom, see?
And come not ye unto Gilgal, neither go ye up to Beth-aven, nor swear the Lord liveth. For Israel slided back as a backsliding
Israel sliding back like a backsliding heifer.
Now the Lord will feed them as a lamb in a large place. Ephraim is joined to idols. Let him alone.
Ephraim is joined to idols. He said, leave him alone. The word for joined is kabul. I can only reiterate and mention what I read in the book. These are not my words, but these are God's words. Okay? Kabul means connected to idols, attached to idols, binded to idols. All right? The word azab, ayin, zayin, bet, means images. You're connected to images. You're connected and attached to images. Okay? And in Exodus 20, God spoke against images. It says Temuna. It says Temuna for crying out loud. So why we continue to have pictures in our houses? Why do we continue to have pictures in our houses? You want to hear it? Or do you really want to hear it? You are sure you want to hear it? Okay. Anoki El Shaddai Loheka. Hotsetika me edes Misraim mi be abadim. Lo yiyeh leka Elohim akarim al panai. Lo tasel leka fesel wekal temuna. Temuna is pictures. Yeah. That's what temuna is. Ain't nothing else you can say to disagree with. You can't disagree with that. So now, I got a couple minutes. Let's go into Ecclesiasticus. You ain't got to go there. I'm going to read it. There is a reproof. I'm in Ecclesiasticus chapter 20. Ecclesiasticus chapter 20. He said, there is a reproof that is not calmly. You know what that means? When a reproof, there is a certain reproof that's not calmly. There is a reproof that you're not going to like. There is a chastisement that you're not going to like. There is a reproof that you're not going to agree with. Certain reproof is hard. It ain't coming smooth all the time. And we as brothers, we had to realize that. We had to realize that real quick dealing with our album. He was hard. I said he was hard. No, sometimes he did give some smooth reproof. He said, yo, man. And he wasn't hard all the time. He'll call us aside, hey, son, come here, man. Come here, man. I come inside, or you come inside, anybody come inside, and he'll invite you to sit there, man. Sit down, man. Sit down there. He said, yo, son, what's wrong with you, man? He said, why you pop? And he come calm.
That was for the ones who deserved it.
But he said, man, I'm hard with you so that you could be hard. You gotta be hard to do these laws. I'm trying to tell you something, huh? I'm trying to tell you something. He said, there is a reproof that is not calmly. Again, some man hold his tongue and he is found wise. You know why? Because sometimes I don't have to answer everything. Realize something, guys. Let's learn the ways and the customs of our forefathers. Not everything that is said, you need to answer.
Not every post on Facebook.
I don't have to answer everything. Leave it.
Let it be.
You know why? These ain't my words. These coming from wise men.
That's right.
Wise men that God has picked and chosen and uplifted and exalted. Come on, man. He said it is much better to reprove than to be angry secretly. You angry with me? Don't run off and don't speak to me. Let me know what you're getting angry for.
Okay.
Why are you angry with me? Yo, what's up, man? What's going on? Blah, blah, blah. We hash it out. We talk about it and dead it. Okay? And he that confesseth his fault shall be preserved from fault, from hurt. What is fault?
It's sin.
You're wrong.
You're wrong.
Your sin.
You're wrong.
He that confesses fault.
Midian.
He that confesses sin. What? Huh?
Midian.
And when we confess our fault, when a man truly confesses fault, you don't go back. That's why you confessing it.
Right.
You don't go back.
That's where the change come in.
That's where the change come in. That's where the change come in. He said, how good is it when thou art reproved to show repentance? How good is it when you are corrected that you show some type of changes within yourself? Huh? You got to show and emanate that change. So how good is that? He said, for so shall thou escape willful sin. That's deep.
Presumptuous sin.
Willful sin is presumptuous iniquity.
Yeah.
So we trying to learn how to stop sinning presumptuously.
That's right.
One of the ways to stop sinning presumptuously is what? Is what? How good is it when thou art reproved to show repentance? So when I come to you and I correct you and say, yo, mate, man, you shouldn't have did this, you was wrong, the law said this, the law said that. Right? I don't get angry. I say, man, you're right, man. I'm wrong. I should have never did that. Though that's how you fight presumptuous iniquity that comes to your mind.
Ain't coming back. Nigga ain't going.
That's how you fight. This is how you are able to fight presumptuous sins. That's willful sins. But the reason why we can't fight willful sins because we get angry at chastisement. We get angry when we get angry at reproof, and we want to argue back and fight instead of humbling yourself and accepting your fault and realizing and acknowledging where you went wrong. I said the book is connected, and it will show you how to protect yourself from yourself. But we not hearkening. I said we not hearkening, man. It said as is the lust of a eunuch to the flower of virgin. The eunuch, he don't have no members there.
Mm-hmm.
And he's lusting to the flower of this virgin, but he can't. Huh? He can't. So is he that executed judgment with violence. Huh? So is he. He's compared to a man that he execute judgment, but he get violent when he get violent.
Do too much.
Do too much.
Yeah.
Do too much. You go overboard.
Right.
Which means when you go certain things, you look at the person and say, man, you ain't got to do that. Easy. God said, don't exceed 40 stripes because your brother going to seem vile in his eyes. You're going to seem vile. He said, don't exceed 40 stripes. And with that, I hope all right, got what was bought.
Yes, indeed.
And I'm going to call up the next speaker, teacher indeed, Chief Mika Ben Level.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to my father, my teacher, and my leader, Chief Eleazar Ben Dodo of the tribe of Lewi. Giving all due respect to the Most High God, the God of our fathers, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. I bid you on the tongue of our forefathers, Shabbat Shalom. At this moment, I would ask for everybody to please rise. Release. And repeat after me. And God spake all these words, saying,
And God spake all these words, saying,
I am the Lord thy God,
And I am the Lord thy God,
which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
which hath brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
out of the house of bondage.
out of the house of bondage.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
or any likeness of anything
or any likeness of anything
that is in heaven above,
that is in heaven above,
or that is in the earth beneath,
that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the water under the earth.
or that is in the water under the earth.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
nor serve them.
nor serve
For
them.
I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
upon the children,
upon the children,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
and showing mercy
and showing mercy
unto thousands of them that love me
unto thousands of them that love me,
and keep my commandments.
and keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
Remember the Sabbath day,
Remember the Sabbath day,
to keep it holy.
keep it holy.
6 days shalt thou labor,
6 days shalt thou labor,
and do all thy work.
and do all thy work.
But the seventh day
But the seventh
is
day
the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
In it
In it
thou shalt not do any work.
thou shalt not do any work.
Thou,
Thou,
nor thy son,
nor thy
nor
son,
thy daughter,
nor thy daughter,
thy manservant,
nor thy
nor
manservant,
thy maidservant,
nor thy
nor
maidservant,
thy cattle,
nor thy cattle,
nor that stranger that is within thy gates.
So that stranger that is within thy gates.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth.
The sea and all that in them is.
The sea and all that in the midst.
And rested the 7th day.
And rested the 7th day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day.
And hallowed it.
And hallowed it.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
That thy days may be long upon the land.
That thy days may be long upon the land.
Which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife.
Nor his manservant.
Nor his manservant.
Nor his maidservant.
Nor his maidservant.
Nor his ox.
Nor his ox.
Nor his ass.
Nor his ass.
Nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
Nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
Jehu. And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, and we will hear. But let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for God has come to prove you, and that despair may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off. And Moses drew near to the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, Thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. You shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall you make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen, in all places where I record my name. I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone. But if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps unto mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. That was the 10 Commandments. That's right. What we we pledge allegiance to.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what we get up and stand up and we recite. And I want to commend everybody. Y'all sounded real strong today. I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. I felt my brother the other camp when he said, no feedback. I'm not getting no strong feedback. Because if I get strong feedback, I can give you more strength.
That's right.
We can feed each other.
Right.
Not most of the time I hear Noah saying it strong. Now this time I hear everybody saying it strong. And that means everybody's spirits is up. And that's how it's supposed to be today. The spirit is not supposed to be down. Now, look, I just lost a friend yesterday that I grew up with. A dear friend of mine that I grew up with. Right? But y'all didn't know that until I said something, right? Because I had to master my emotion. I can't be sad for a loss of family, loss of friend, loss of anything, loss of rituals. None of these things can affect my spirit today on this day. This is why God said this day is holy. It's separated. So I have to act separated. My emotions have to be separated for this day.
That's right.
Now, we're going to go to the Wisdom of Solomon in the Apocrypha. Let's see. He praises God a lot in this here. We're going to praise God today. I don't want to talk about the people. I want to talk about God today. I want to talk about God. I want to talk about me, you, them, the evil way. I want to talk about God today. We're going to praise God, and we're going to, maybe some people will understand the type of God that they are dealing with. Yeah. Because one man asked on TV, what kind of a God would tell the people to kill the poor lamb? Yeah, that's the kind of God that says utterly destroy everything because everything is cursed before him. Whatever is cursed is to be demolished and destroyed before God. That's right. So that's the type of God that would order to kill the lambs, the babies. Now, he don't do that with everybody. God knows in his divine intelligence who needs to go now, who needs to go later, right? Who he gonna save, right? When he judge, it's up to God. He knows he's gonna. He knows that who he gonna let go of, who he going. He knows that. So we leave all that alone. We're gonna Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 10.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 10.
No, 9. Go to 9.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 9.
9. It said, O God of my fathers and Lord of mercy. He is the Lord of mercy. All mercy comes from God. You hear that title?
Lord.
There are titles that God, that we can address God. You don't have to call him by his name. You can call him the Lord of mercy, the eternal one, the greatest. You give him his due.
Lord of mercy.
If I tell you, hey man, how you doing? Yeah, my name is Paul. Paul, yeah.
Lord of mercy.
Right? That means that's the name that I want you to call me. If I say, hey, my name is Simon, my name is Steve, then you call me right. You say, yeah, but who's that? Don't worry about that, man. This is my name. I want to be called by this name. If I tell people, yo, don't call me Mick no more, you can't get mad at me. My brother Zachariah, people try to shorten his name and call his name Zach. You want to see him? You want to get him upset? You want to get Zachariah, my brother Zachariah, upset? Look, and I was in his hometown where he came from with friends that he grew up with. And he barked on them and said, yo, he stopped. We was about to do some, like a show or something. And he stopped. And they said, yo, man, don't call me Zach. Call me Zachariah. The guy said, yeah, but I know you as such. He said, look, man, we're going to fight in here. If you don't call me what I told you to call me. So what you think what God told Moses, and what God told Moses, he told us. If the authority is giving you a command, he's giving me a command too. But he's speaking to you. But it's for me also. It goes for me
He
too.
wouldn't want you to do it either.
Right.
Commanding you not to do it, but
Yeah, that don't mean it's you the only one. It's for everybody. But right now, it's just addressed to you. But you hearing it, it's for you too. So you don't call God by his name.
clowns.
God of my fathers and Lord of mercy, who has made all things with thy word. Oh, yeah. Thank you for reminding me, Eva. My father lost his job. He had a job in the post office. He was a mailman. And he told them to call him Eleazar. This is his name. But you know, people look and say, well, your name says Stanford. Your name is Stanford. I'm going to call you. Some people say, what your mother named you? I said, look, don't get on my nerves before I break you up. I told you what to call me. Don't give me that what's your mother named me stuff. I told you what to call. That's what they say. Oh, your mother called you. Yeah, that's what my mother named. In other words, you are offended a man when you want to call him what you want to call him, and he said not to call him that. How much more so the Lord? Okay. And now, who the God? Now that we know who we dealing with, he has made all things with his word. That's what God. That's how God created everything with his word. When he said it, it was created. It came into existence. That's it. There's no science to it. There's no special thing that banged off and happened. There was no material there for God to use the material to make the world. Nothing was there. Do y'all understand that? This is from a man who served God. And this is the words of how he praised God. So when I read this, it will tell you all your answers is in the book. Just got to read. Read with the willing heart to do. And you're not going to get it right away. You're not going to get it right away. I read the same chapters over and over. And sometimes while he's going through it, I see something while I'm sitting there and then rearrange my whole teachings. I'll be like, oh no, I'm bringing this up when I get up because, but that comes from, I read it before, taught it before, but I didn't get it. Now I got it. That's how God deals with you. But that comes through performance of the law. Your ways are not going to change. Nothing is going to change. You're not going to correct nothing unless you start doing the law. And there are certain laws that you have to start doing now because it will cut you off.
That's right. Talk about it, man.
Okay?
I don't think they believe that.
There are laws that will cut you off. The observance of the Shabbat. The eating of blood and fat. Okay? cutting your hair, your beard, woman in pants. These things make you abominable. There's more, but these are the top ones. You know why I say these are the top ones? Because it gets on everybody's nerves. Since the 70s, I watched my father teach these topics, and you go into Leviticus 19, you see some brothers get up and walk out. Brothers get up and walk out because they disagree with what he's teaching, but it's not his words.
Talk about it.
So I'm peeping. I say, okay, I see how the people are.
They won't get
I
mad.
see how they are. You're just gonna have to get mad. Yeah, that's it. But we're letting you know that these are the things that will cut you off.
That's right. Talk about it.
You won't go no further.
Talk about it.
You're gonna do laws that you're not doing right, thinking you're doing it right.
Get him mad.
Okay? When you consume blood and fat,
Yeah. Talk about it, man.
fat has to go too.
Talk about it.
Now, how you get rid of the blood? You don't kill your own animal.
Yes.
You don't know how it died of itself. So if I don't know how an animal died of itself, is it safe? Would it be safe for me to eat?
No.
Well,
Okay, then.
talk about
So
it.
we ain't even gonna go into the blood now.
Talk about
We ain't gonna go into the blood now.
it. Talk
All
about
right.
it, bro.
How do you know the animal didn't die of itself?
Yeah, talk about
Forget it. You can eat it with the blood how you want. How you know that animal didn't die of itself?
it. Yeah, talk about
How about that?
it. Yeah, talk
Because you gotta kill it first to get the blood out. So before we even get to the blood, how do you know that animal did not die of itself? Because animals get sick and die. I'm looking at my cat. She look like she out of here, man. The other day, she stood up. She stood up, and she's wobbly.
No, you gotta balance. No balance.
So
She
what
get
happened?
old, man. She get
I look at her,
old cat.
but look, 2 weeks ago she wasn't like that.
She get old.
She was growling at my man.
Yeah.
She was healthy. She was running up and down.
Same
And
way
then
she ground, man.
suddenly,
Yeah, she go there.
Suddenly, you know what I'm saying? That's the same way it goes. Okay? It's the same way it goes. So, all things were made with his word. Forget science. God, look. If the word science is being used in the book one time, and when I looked up the meaning for it, it don't mean science. Man made that word science.
Right.
Because if science exists, then God ain't God. He said, who has made all things with thy word? That's it. So, there was no land there. There was no water. The water was here. Water was spread all over. On God's word, he divided the waters.
That's right.
He put a space in between.
That's right.
On God's word, he made the dry land. He said, let the dry land appear. That means it wasn't, it wasn't existent.
Yeah.
Dry land couldn't be around. None of these things was around where there was just nothing but darkness, water, and God. Makes sense now, right? You couldn't have nothing else around. Everything else that came about, God made it. Metal, steel, iron, diamonds, coal, air. All these things God made for here in the space called the firmament. And the firmament called space, really. But we call it space. All right? The firmament. And that's where our abide is at, the earth. So he had made all things with thy word, and ordained man through thy wisdom. He said he ordained man through thy wisdom that he should have dominion over the creatures which thou hast made. And he ordered man. He ordered man through wisdom that he should have dominion over the creatures. Now, we got dominions over lions,
Right.
but you gotta use wisdom to have dominion over that lion. You gotta use some type of wisdom now. You ain't gonna go up there come on, you gotta set a trap. You gotta shoot them with a dart gun, put them to sleep. You gotta use, but God gave us the wits to outsmart any beast, anything that's not human on this planet. That's why when they see us, they run. Because they know that God has given them the dominion. Okay? Alley cats. Some of them, even the alley cats, they're bold now. Some animals, you're gonna have to break them, like how Samson did. That lion roared at him. He said he grabbed him, he broke him, and rent him to pieces. Samson was different.
Spirit of God.
I ain't read about nobody grabbing no lions or bears, but Samson and David. Samson and David were the only two that I read grabbed lions and bears. Do you know how big a lion is? How big a bear? Man, I've seen bears with my own eyes. Ripped them, man.
Yeah,
Ripped them.
The average person wasn't doing it.
You're not ripping those lions. You know how strong those things are?
The same man that carried the gates.
Yeah, it's the gates of the city. You know how the gates of the city are heavier and taller than this building. That's what I'm gonna tell you. They're made of iron. All gates back then were made of iron. The walls were very tall. Walls were taller than this building. About at least as tall as that big building across the street.
You can live in the walls.
You can live in the walls. So imagine the gates. Okay? You gotta be. And he carried that on his back. The Spirit of God was on him. That's all I can say. The Spirit of God was on him. He said,
in order the world, according to equity and righteousness.
In order the world according.
Wow.
See, you want everybody to be fair.
Yeah.
Equal.
Yeah.
Meaning that the way I treat you, you're supposed to treat me. That's equal. That's equality.
Wow.
Okay?
That's deep.
Not saying everybody is equal. We're saying we're supposed to treat each other equal. All right? He ordered that. He made us. And he said, look, I want you guys to treat each other equal and right. And execute. Anybody get out of line. Execute judgment with an upright heart. I don't like you. I always got to think for you. Look, I can't judge your case. I'm your brother. I can't judge your case. And we talking about in the courts. In the courts. They would say, what this is the cop? It's a word that the cop movies is biased. They say, oh no, he couldn't the jury or something. He couldn't defend him. He couldn't defend him because he was biased, because he know him from they went to school. They're friends, so he gonna judge in his favor. Okay, all of that is with an upright heart. With an upright heart, it don't matter if we went to school together. It don't matter if it's my child or it's my wife. Well, I just feel, I feel, man. So he's wrong, but still, man, let him go. No, it's a judgment with an upright heart. This is what God ordered us to, how we should move. Everybody on the planet supposed to be moving with fairness, righteousness, and executes judgment with an upright heart. Yeah. Nobody's supposed to be crying out, no justice, no peace. Nobody's supposed to be saying, saying that there's no justice.
That's right.
I gotta appeal. I have to appeal my case because they judged me wrong. That's right. I did not do this. And they have witnesses, lying witnesses that said I did it. You know who the lying witnesses are? The police, the arresting officer. Yeah. They lied from the giddy up. From the giddy up, they lied. From the arresting paperwork. Right. They put lies on there from the beginning. Right. So you gotta watch out on that. That's right. That means they're not upright of heart. Right. This look. This government, every other government, our government did not judge themselves with an upright heart. Right. Now, judge with an upright heart means if you are guilty by the standards of these commandments, then we will deal with you upon that. Okay. Anything more or less is not done with an upright heart. Right. Okay. All right. That's it. All right. Okay. If someone has judged the matter with an upright heart, you can't get mad at them. Right. I've seen people get mad at the person that says that judges the matter. And sometimes that be a father, sometimes it be a mother. Mother and fathers are always judges. Those are your first judges. Y'all know that, right? The first judges, before you go to court, before you even knew God, no. First judges you know is your mother and then your father, because from there, you know, yeah. Yo, I heard a woman say that. She said, well, her son, she said, nah. She said he makes me feel like I'm his everything. She said when he cries, I'm right there. And, you see, and that's what it is. Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that.
That's right.
Tell she, where am I? 3?
Verse 3.
Mm-hmm.
And execute judgment with an upright heart.
Mm-hmm.
Give me wisdom that sitteth by thy
throne.
that sitteth by thy throne.
It's
And
wisdom.
reject me not.
There's a couple of chapters in the Psalms and the Proverbs. If you the way I'm reading it is as if wisdom wrote it. Wisdom speaks in the chapter about where she dwells, and she speaks about herself in a feminine form.
So when you make it, when you take the decree to the waters, say,
I was there. He's telling you like, no, I was there when God did this, man. I saw God did this. I was there. That's the only person that can say that they was there.
That's right.
He said, I was there at the beginning, man. And wow. It just blows my mind sometimes. I had to take a moment. Wow.
A wow moment.
It said, give me wisdom that sitteth by thy throne. By God's throne. Wisdom. Wisdom is in everywhere except deceitful heart. Wisdom is everywhere except in the deceitful heart or wicked heart. He said he flee from that. So it's a wicked place. Anywhere where there's wicked, anything wicked being done, wisdom not there. He said, man, that sit by that throne and reject me not from among thy children.
For I, thy servant and son of thine handmaid, am a feeble person, and of a short time, and too young for the understanding of judgment and law.
Yo, this is a king talking. This is the king of the world that was established by God talking. You see how humble he is? He said, for I, thy servant, and the son of thine handmaid. Because his mother, the woman, they will come, yes, my Lord, thy handmaid, but they call themselves a handmaid to you and to God.
Right.
They are handmaids to men and to God.
That's right.
That's why he said, the son of thine handmaid, meaning my mother was your handmaid, I'm her son. So I'm your servant. Oh man. Touch you.
For though a man be never so perfect among the children of men, yet
Go back to 5. You got to finish 5. So, but I
thy servant and the son of thine handmaid am a feeble person, and of a short time, and too young for the understanding of judgment and laws.
I'm weak, and I'm too young for the understanding of judgments and laws. Yeah, that's why we tell you young ones, when we advise you young ones, or the ones that are younger, because it don't matter how old you are. You got somebody over you that's going to always counsel you and tell you the wise thing. So you have some that are young, and you have people, we're adults, but you have adults that are older than certain other adults. You should listen to that. Okay? Because most of the young, when we are young, we don't really understand the judgments and laws until we start getting banged up, and receive a correction from God. And then, if you receive the correction from God, then you realize. But most of the time, most don't. Most don't. So we need to learn to listen to each other, man. Sometimes I see you about to mess yourself up. You're about to say something, and what he said, hold our tongue. I'm trying to get you to hold your tongue before you say something, to jam you up. He said, for though a man be never so perfect among the children of men, he said, even though men are not perfect no more, right? Yet if thy wisdom be not with them, he shall be nothing regarded. You see that?
How do you get the wisdom?
By performance of the law. It's the only way wisdom will be. So this guy Even though he's not perfect, he's doing laws that's bringing wisdom to him. If not, if we don't do that, he shall be nothing regarded. God means that I just created you. You're gonna live your life. You're gonna die, and I'm gonna take care of you. You don't want to be that type of person, man. I'm not gonna be that type of person. I was just made here, and because God already see I don't have the heart to serve him. He just let me live. I just eat and live and how I will, and then all the ways that I live is against God. It's against. So it's a life, people are living a whole life of sin, and then they die.
No good.
This is the game you're trying to break for yourself. This is the game you're trying to break for your children.
99% of the world.
Because So that point one is already in the grave.
Yeah.
Ooh, ooh. The whole world is going down. Woe to the world and them that dwell therein. Man. Verse 7.
Thou hast chosen me to be a king of thy people.
You already said, he said, you chose me. Little old me. It's one thing about these guys. Nobody wanted the job. Moses didn't want his job.
Yeah.
Nobody wanted Saul. Saul was hiding. Saul didn't want to be king. He was hiding. They said, yo, man, you too tall to be hiding. Said, come on up out of here, man. He was taller than everybody from the shoulders up. It's a big dude, tall dude. And look, Saul went to every war. David went to every war that they had in their time. Saul was known as a warrior. And he died in battle with his sons. God made sure that, look. You gotta die. You messed up with me, but look, good. You're gonna die in battle. He said, when you die in battle, God had mercy on you.
That's right.
Yeah, you didn't die by accident.
That's right.
Or fall off a roof.
That's right.
Okay, you know, think the crazy, weird ways that people be dying. I seen a dude die in the turnstile. He was drunk, and he was trying to jump the turnstile, and he did something, and he wound up breaking his neck. This stuff that people are showing me, and I'll be like, the way this person dies, no good. One guy, he got a line, an electric line. It's a live wire. It's over 1,000 volts in this line. He's picking up a steel ladder over the line. And he made a mistake and touched the line. In 1 second, you saw his whole body get put on fire, and he died right then and there. That's not a good way to go out, man. You went out stupid, too. Yeah. There was no wisdom in that. There we go. There was no wisdom in that, right? He don't have wisdom because he don't know the law. He didn't perform the law. That's why people die like that. People die stupidly now. Because wickedness is so up now. It's so up now. Oh, before I forget, when you fast and pray and confess, you have to make vows. It stops you from going back. That's what my father taught me. He said, you don't get down there and confess and pray. He said, you got to make vows too. Because once you make the vow, you can play around and go back on it if you want. You can play around. Like the man said, he said, I don't say my mama. He said, I made my vow to the Lord. He said, hey, I cannot go back. King. Talk about it. And his daughter is an honorable woman. She didn't say, well, Abba, why you had to say that? Because well, not me, but when I say we, not really me and my brothers and my family, but I'm saying we today, that's how people think. Right. They would question their parents. That's one thing you can't question God, you can't question your parents.
No, you can't.
That's their decision, that's it.
That's right.
Look, you'll find out when you become one.
That's right.
That's what I was told. I said, you ain't gonna understand until you have sons and daughters. That's right. And man, was they right.
Every day I see it.
You feeling it. You got it. Right. Especially when they baby or they give it to you, man. They show you who you are. You're like, oh wow, you know what? I can't even. So I said, no, leave him. Don't beat him. I did that. I did that, man. And my Abba spared me, so I'm gonna spare him. Yeah, man. That's you see it in your kids. So you ain't gonna come down on your kids for every little thing.
Right.
You ain't gonna do that. And that's how God is with us. He said, man, I'm not gonna come down here because y'all are nothing but flesh. Y'all don't live that long anyway now. I don't cut down your years. So you can't pile up for so much. So I'm not gonna be on you for everything you do. But you shall not go guiltless. Just remember that. You still gotta pay. You will not go guiltless. Okay?
That part.
That's the part right there you gotta remember. Okay? You gotta hold that down. Thou hast chosen me to be a king of thy people and a judge of thy sons and daughters. He's talking to God. The people are God's sons and daughters. Mm-hmm. We are God's firstborn. I am God's firstborn. You are God's firstborn. Not no one dude who's supposed to die for everybody, man. That's a joke. Right. That's a myth.
That's right.
Okay? It's not even a legend. It's a joke and it's a myth.
That's right.
Stop. And you know what? You have people who you have heathens who say, well, I know it's a joke, but
Still.
They're still with the excellence. They're still with the things that come, the celebrations. They're still with it. They got to go down. They got to go along with it. They got to go down with that party. You understand what I'm saying? They have to go down. Just remember this. I got to shoot this shot. The Christians were the ones that told everybody you don't have to do the commandments no more. Okay? And the first Christians were Israelites. Just think about that.
Yeah.
Think about that.
Yeah.
And for anybody who don't understand what I'm saying, you can hit us up later, okay? You can hit us up during the week. I always check on this site, and we'll answer questions during the week. We'll tutor you. We'll run through it. I will video call myself, and we'll sit with the book and go through it. Because I know we run through a lot of things here that you may not understand, right? And if that's the case, then we can do that. I have all the time in the world. Time sheet, verse 8. Verse 8, time sheet.
Thou hast commanded me to build a temple upon the holy mount,
See?
and an altar in the city wherein thou dwellest.
And an altar. See? See? You have to build a temple. The main thing is that altar. But what houses the altar is the temple.
Right.
And the temple is in the city. That's what guarded everything. He said, you commanded me, thou hast commanded me to build a temple on thy holy mounts. That mountain is holy, Mount Moriah. That's the same spot, same mountain that God told Abraham to go and sacrifice Isaac on. That's the same mountain, thousands of years before. Yeah, same look. A lot of the locations be the same. Okay? He said, look, Moses, you're going to see that everything that I'm telling you now is true. When later in the future, you're going to wind up serving me right here at this same spot, on this same mountain, this same spot. There are key locations that God has. And in your generation, you deal with men in those key spots. And in later generation, and in the past generation, nothing changed. That's the same spot, Mount Moriah. That's where the temple was. The temple is not there now. The altar is not there now. God's name is not being called. You know when God's name is being called on? When we call upon. That's it. Okay?
A resemblance of the holy tabernacle, which thou hast prepared from the beginning.
The temple is a bigger version of the tabernacle. The tabernacle was the portable temple. The reason why I call it portable, because you break that, it's a tent. It's a big giant tent, and in it, it had the altar. Altar, burnt offering altar, altar of incense, okay? And the most holy of holies where you had the ark in. Yeah. That's what they had to, and they had to, that take time. Boom, they take it, they leave out. Anytime the pillar of cloud move, or the pillar of fire move, and the pillar of cloud does not give off temperature, and the pillar of fire does not give off temperature. They felt all that heat that was in that desert. Because the reason why I could say that is when they wanted water, that cloud could have made it cool for them, right? Why didn't they do that for them? It was just there to lead them.
That's it.
Okay? A cloud by day, you're going to see that cloud. There's no other cloud in the sky but this cloud.
Right.
When you see that, it's time to move. And at night,
A little fire.
in the sky,
Fire.
you're going to see that. You're going to move.
And wisdom was with thee, which knoweth thy works, and was present when thou madest the world.
He said, and wisdom was with you, God. Wisdom was with you, which knows thy works, and was present when thou madest the world. Okay? And knew what was acceptable in thy sight. That's why when wisdom calls to you and talks to you, it knows already what is acceptable in God's sight. So when you depart from evil, wisdom will talk to you, and you're going to listen to it. That's how it goes, because you depart from evil. Once you depart from evil, wisdom can come and speak to you, and it's going to tell you what to do that's acceptable before God.
Okay.
And that's right in thy commandments. Meaning, it's going to tell you how to do the commandments.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Not just, well, these are the commandments. Now, wisdom has to tell us through God how to do these commandments.
So you did it without Moses.
That's how we got it. There's a way to get it. There's a way to get it. We saw our Father get it.
You got to depart from me.
You got to depart from evil and stay on that reign. Depart from evil, fast, and vows. Make vows. I see how you did it.
Talk about it.
So now,
Talk about it.
now the vows begin.
Okay.
That's where I'm at.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Talk about it.
Yeah, it's
Talk
good.
about it. Talk about it.
Because wisdom shows you that when you depart from evil. Tamshi.
And knew what was acceptable in the sight, and right in thy commandments. O send her out of thy holy heaven, and from the throne of thy glory, that being present she may labor with me, that I may know.
He says, send wisdom down here. Send her out of thy heavens and out of thy holy heavens and from the throne of thy glory down here to me. I need her. That's what Solomon is saying. Now you see why he was the wisest man ever to live.
Mm-hmm.
This is the reason why. He just asked for it. He said that being present, that may, when she's with me, she may work with me, that I may know what is pleasing to you, God.
Go hand in hand.
So we need the wisdom to know what is pleasing unto God, and she'll work with me. But like, no. She'll work with me and let me know. No. You get a feeling and say, nah, I shouldn't do that. That's wisdom. That's wisdom.
Got
you. Yeah.
That's wisdom.
Yeah.
It's not you speaking. Wisdom. But you hear it you hear it in your voice because you know your voice. That's how it goes. Verse 11.
For she know it and understandeth all things.
That's why it says when a man knows a lot, he's wise. Wise comes from the word wisdom. Okay? For wisdom, when it says she, it's talking about wisdom. For she know it and understand it all things. She can no. The more clean you are with God, the more wisdom will come to you. You ain't got to read no book. Nobody got to come tell you nothing. Wisdom will tell you. That's God teaching you.
See, that's a fact.
We saw that. That's real. He said, understanding all things, and she shall lead me soberly in my doings. You hear that? You hear what you just said? She shall lead me soberly, meaning sober, in my doings, and preserve me in her power. So what's the opposite of sober? Drunk. Say it again. Drunk. So meaning, when I get drunk now, wisdom ain't around me right now. So it says it's good to stay in your house and drink.
Okay.
It says it's not good to travel. Drink and travel.
Was it?
Look. You don't have to get it tonight. walk right into a pole and bust your head.
That's right.
It's not good to travel. I've done it. It happened to me before.
Yeah, you be on the train and fall on your head sitting down.
Okay, see, it happened to somebody.
Sitting down and fall on your head.
I was drunk, so drunk. That's why I said I'm not doing that no more. I was young. I walked in drunk. I said, yeah, man, I see you later. Boom!
Sitting down.
Oh.
Man.
After that, boom. He says, she shall lead me soberly in my doings and preserve me in her power. So shall my works be acceptable. He said, now that I got wisdom working with me, everything I do going to be acceptable before God. This is how you get the Spirit of God on you. Once you got wisdom on you and he's working with you, you will do things to please God and he will put his Spirit on you.
Right.
He said, then shall I judge thy people righteously. He said, that's the only way that I can judge your people righteously. I have to have wisdom. I have to have your wisdom. Because if not, I'm going to look at it. I'm not going to judge somebody. I'm not going to judge right. For A or B reason. That'll be justifiable to me, but not justifiable to God and not accepted to God. He said, and be worthy to sit in my Father's seat. He said, then shall my works be acceptable, and I can judge your people righteously, and I'll be worthy to sit in my Father's seat. I'll be worthy to take my Father's spot. I'll be worthy to, yeah. That's what we're doing right now. Showing God that we're worthy to fill our Father's spot.
Right. Okay.
When I read this last, I said, yeah. I got him. I said, yeah. I said, yeah. My brother's gritting. That's what it is right now. I'm going to read it again. So shall my works be acceptable. Then shall I judge thy people righteously and be worthy to sit in my Father's seat. He just said, well, look, I'm David's son. I'm good. He said, wait, hold on. I can't. That's big shoes I got to fill in. My pops.
That's right. Big shoes.
Big shoes.
Big shoes. Facts.
And look. He taught me how to fill them, how to fill his shoes up. Yeah. So look, I gotta get this done here, then I will be worthy to sit in my Father's seat.
Gotcha.
Meaning, same thing that Solomon. He's talking about his father David. Tell sheep.
But what man is he that can know the counsel of God?
Oh, what man is he that can just know the counsel of God? Now it gotta be shown to you. Wisdom gotta tell you. But then you gotta be clean. Yeah. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 9, verse 13.
Middle of 13.
Uh-huh.
Who can think what the will of the Lord is?
He said, look, man, you can't predict what God going to do. You can't tell me his will. You will only know when he shows you. Who know the way of the Lord? Only the godly. That's why he said, yo, you want to get to know me? You got to clean it up. Clean your act up.
Okay.
You want to know who run it? You want to know who God, because you got people that saying, there's people out there really want to know who God is. They really want to know.
Right.
And they never will find out who the Most High is. You know why? Because God's seeing them that they're not going to do it.
That's
I
right.
want them.
Ain't that something?
Right.
Because why you ain't ran into him yet? No. You don't ran into people that serve him. And we tell you what it is. You come around, get a little bit, and then you're gone. You ain't even stick around for a year. You're gone already. Okay? So it really wasn't for you. You know what it was? It's merciful. It's merciful. It's so that you can never say, I ain't told you. When the judgment comes, you can never say, well, damn, I didn't know. You can't. They can. You can't. They didn't know and they still gonna get it. You can't say that. You knew. So you gonna get it worse. Verse 14. He said, for the thoughts of mortal means you die.
Right.
Immortality means you don't die. So it said, for the thoughts of men that die, mortal men, are miserable. Yeah, our thoughts are miserable. But we're not correct with God. Oh, this guy is always grouchy. He got a bad disposition. She's always, because they don't have God in their life.
That's right.
That's why. If you don't understand how much of a joy it is to know for me to know that I serve the real God, man. The real God. The real God. The only God. Because there are people out here that ain't never going to get that. And can't do nothing for them. I built for them. They ain't never going to get that, man. He said, for the thoughts of mortal men are miserable, and our devices are but uncertain. Our plans, our schemes, our goals, our everything that we want to do is uncertain. Because you could die before you carry them out. Most men die before they get to see their plans. Most rappers die before they got to see their album pop out. That's what that means. And our devices are but uncertain. Because our thoughts of mortal men are miserable. So being mortal men miserable, we're wicked mortal men. So our thoughts, patterns, and everything we come up with are not certain. They're not sure. It could be destroyed. Yeah. 15. For the corruptible body, press it down the soul. You hear that? Our flesh is what presses the soul. And the earthly tabernacle weigh it down the mind that muse it upon many things. This is what goes on in our brain, in our head. The earthly tabernacle, that's our bodies. Mm-hmm. Our bodies is made of the earth, the dust, and the ground. That's right. It's speaking in metaphorically. That's right. The earthly tabernacle weigh it down the mind that muse it upon many things. See, if it wasn't for me, my body, to keep my mind like, you say, man, you're thinking of too many things right now. You offer too many things. We have the power to control that mind so it doesn't be amused, be distracted. Yeah. We got to watch you being distracted. Mm-hmm. He said, and hardly do we guess aright at things that are upon earth, and hardly do we guess right the things that are on earth. For some reason, wherever we come up with is wicked, naturally. Right. That's what Solomon is saying. Because we hardly guess the things that are right. Leave it up to us, it's all wickedness. Gonna be wrong. God has to tell us, no, it's not like that, it's like this. And hardly do we guess aright at things that are upon earth. And with labor do we find the things that are before us. Meaning, we don't get what we gonna get until we work for it. Then we get to see what's before us. Commitment. I said, well, we're in this relationship together, and I don't see no commitment on your behalf. Female told the dude, right? You know what commitment means? Obligated duty to. That's what a commitment is. To what? To your career, to God, to whatever. Means you don't put nothing before this. Whatever you're committed to, nothing goes before this. This is first. This is first. So I'm committed to, I have to tell a female, I said, look, baby, I ain't committed to you. I'm your husband. I love you to death. I will kill and die for you. But I'm not committed to you. I'm committed to the Lord. You got to get that out your head. Because you got it to where you think I owe you something. I'm already paying for you. Yeah. I'm already paying for you. We pay for your females. Whether you like it or not. And hoard them or not. You're paying for them. Because they're meant to be, yeah. Come on. I'm committed to God. So you got to let me rule you. You got to allow me to rule you. So you commit to what I tell you. Look. Because when you commit to what I tell you, you committing to God. Proxy. Okay. That's why she was able to say, God said. Okay. That now the relationship, we can grow old together. Now we can grow old together. That's it. That separated them. Because that's what separated them. That's right, man. That's right. Death. Till death do us part. That's right. And look, they make them vows. They don't keep them. When they make them vows, ain't no thing about no divorce. People making vows, oh yeah, I promise him. One thing that stands is you made a vow to her and she made vows to you. Mm-hmm. Y'all might as well forget the lawyers and divorce. Y'all better work it out, man. No, but he be cheating. Well, look, up the ante. Look, up the ante. Do more women's things to catch the eye of your man. Yo, look. This is counsel for marriage. You don't have to pay $5,000 to sit down and tell some stranger. God is your counselor. He told you, let your man run it. You do what I say. You let him, you do what he say. That's it. I'm going back to my place now. Everybody got their place. That's it. All you did was hug her. What do you mean all you did was hug her? There ain't nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. You're supposed to be able to, look. As princes and chiefs, Israelite prince and chiefs, we have men and women that respect and look up to us. We have women that really respect us. They don't want to get in bed with us. They really respect us because we're not out here moving like the rest of these guys. Okay? So we're going to give them, hey, how you doing, sister? Hey, how you? Sometimes they want to hug. Okay, I'll give you a little hug. My woman want to get mad. What you getting mad for? Sarah? You're supposed to be my Sarah. You're supposed to be my Rebecca.
Talk about it.
What's up, baby?
Talk about
You get way more than a hug. You got a hug for life. For life. You got me for life, baby. What's up? We won. All my money go to you. We won. Look, when I got a problem, I'm not going to tell her nothing. I'm coming to you. If anything, it's you. So be my queen, man. Be my queen and let me be your king. And let's run this kingdom. Yeah. Israelites are not supposed to be getting divorced. Yeah. We broke up. We're separated. He was cheating. Man, what's up with that, man? Certain things that happen with them ain't supposed to happen with us. But the reason why it happened with us, because we do it like them. We link up with the women like them. Y'all link up with the men like them. That's why we get the same results like them. Baby daddy, baby mama. They're over there, we over here.
Got children in
three different camps. Yeah, come on, man. Come on.
3 different camps.
Look, and 3 different camps and one in the church. Because you don't went around and play with one outside too. Come on now. You gotta watch this. Have love for the children that you don't have now. Bring them in this world correctly. Don't bring them in bastards. Because when you're not married and you have a child, they made you think this baby mama, baby daddy stuff is cool. Look, we was talking about, and it's crazy how I was watching something. And the man started talking about abortion clinics. And I started listening to the history of it. Why last night, my brother, Chief Malak, come to me with this article, and I agree with it. The man said, he said what? That the abortions today is modern day Molech child sacrifice. I said, wow. And he let me listen to it. And I'm like, oh, wow. Look. You know how I know it makes sense? I was just in here reading about the history of abortion clinics. I got directed there. And then Friday night, last night, that came up. I said, yeah, I believe that. Because I know what I encountered during the week. Why God made me run into that. So I validate that. Because abortions were started in Brownsville, Brooklyn, right here. In the early 1900s. By a racist woman. The woman was racist. And she was a eugenic. There's a certain religion, they have witchcraft abominations about them. Put it like that. She comes from that group, that line. And she was ordered by her group of people to come up with a plan to keep the sacrifices to Momo going and get rid of black people at the same time. So it's a double. It's to get two things done at one time. Kill two birds with one stone. Yeah, you look it up. I forgot her name is Margaret something. Look. You see Wonder Woman? It's a god. Superman. Idols. Those are idols. Those are gods.
Yeah.
All those superheroes are gods.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why I say that because the lady I was talking about, a friend of hers is the one who made Wonder Woman. Now, this was around the same time Woman's Lib was coming up. See that Statue of Liberty?
Yeah.
See Wonder Woman? Same person, same thing. It represents the liberation of women, that they do not become equal to men, but they become over men. That is the whole goal. And they started it from back then, and abortions is part of it. Because they said, look, we got to keep the child sacrifices going. That's our ancestors started in ancient times. And that's how they think now.
So ain't it prophecy though?
So now, they said it's surpassed.
Ain't it prophecy though?
So it's the prophecy.
Women shall surpass a man.
And that's their thing.
Yeah.
To surpass a man.
Yeah.
Right now, a woman get a job quicker than I would. A labor job, she would still get it quicker than I would. The police, she could call the police and said, that man pushed me, and that's it. I'm getting locked up. He threatened me. She could lie and say he raped me. I can't lie and say she raped me. I gotta be proven. I gotta prove that. Even hers gotta be proven, but they're gonna arrest me while they prove it. It's a lot, man. Me Too era. We're in the what they call the Me Too era. That started from back then with the child sacrifice worship. Child sacrifice worship is also a way of controlling the population. Okay? So they said, we're going to keep this going, and we're going to use black babies. We're going to tell the mothers, what they tell them. They don't tell them, yo, this is Momo sacrifice. They make it sound good. Planned Parenthood, wellness. All these things is where people go to get, what they call it? Hormone pills. If I want to turn into a woman, this is where I go. I go to any Planned Parenthood clinic or any wellness clinic, and I can fill out a file and get it, and they would help me to become trans. That was the idea from the beginning. Now, the sacrifices back then were done by men who lay down with men. That was the priest. The priest of Momo was gay. See, y'all don't even know this. That's why I'm like, wow, the information I'm getting today or what I know now, they go together. I put it all together. I said, whoa. So wow. The priests that did Momo, they were gay. So that's why they got the people aborting in the kids. But before now the kids come out, you don't throw them in the fire. Now they getting rid of them from inside.
They burn them with pills. The pills burn.
They get burned.
Fetus, man.
They get burned as if they was in there. The same situation. So
it melts it.
So it's still accepted by Momo because they got burned.
Modern day.
And that gives the woman empowerment. Yeah, man. Well, man. Verse 16.
And hardly do we guess aright at things that are upon the earth.
I gotta say this again. And hardly do we guess. Our guesses be wrong. Everything we say is wrong. God gotta tell us, no, that's the right way. Leave it up to us. We get everything. We pick the wrong way, the wrong thing to do everything. And with labor do we find the things that are before us. But the things that are in heaven, who has searched that out? See, the things that are there, ain't nobody can search that out. You got guys right now building.
They trying.
They're building. They're really trying to go into hyperdrive. They're trying to get. They're trying to get to the furthest star in 5 minutes. They're trying to break the barrier of the firmament. It's not gonna happen, man. There are what they call anomalies. Since y'all want to, I'll give y'all a science class right now. There are things called anomalies up there that we still cannot explain. There are things that we haven't even experienced that's up there. Y'all understand that, man? Do y'all understand that? Getting into shit is not going to help protect you. You are protecting yourself with a metal from this planet. There are metals outside of this planet. Some asteroids up there, that's a different type of metal. That's stronger than metal down here. And it's dangerous to us because it gives off heat, it gives off radiation. That type of metal. There's different stuff, different materials, different things, man. You got waves of energy just going all over the back and forth. You go on up there and want to search out what God said. God put you down here. You want to go up there and search things out. See? They tried it before. For whatever reason, they built that tower. They said, we're going to go up there. We're going to get to heaven. You are not going to get up there.
Never.
I say the guys that thought they was on the moon, they was on a barren rock. There's no way. All right. Yeah, they said they was going to do it. God said they was going to do it. Without ships, without technology. I don't know how that was going to happen, but if God said it was going to happen, it's going to happen. We just don't need to know how, because you don't know how, meaning it wasn't going to happen. No, God said, look, what they imagined to do, that they all, when the whole world decides to come together, look what they want to do. They want to come up here and mess around, scramble them. And they've been scrambled ever since. And then you got some guys.
Scrambled ever since.
They've been scrambled ever since. Why they ain't get up their head?
They ain't get scrambled.
They pierce. They get out the atmosphere. Okay, they get out the sound barrier. But God controls where you go after that. To make you think you were on the moon. You wasn't on the moon.
Yeah,
Nobody wasn't on the moon.
Nobody.
It wasn't on the moon. Nobody. You know how? Look, if I take a mirror and let the sun shine on that mirror, there's no way a little shit with little people in it will be able to come and land on it. It's reflecting radiated heat from the sun. That's a disc up there.
Okay. Educated fools. They forgot to put the light on.
There,
they said they was making
that moon has its own light, and it's bright enough to cast a shadow. Has anybody ever seen? Has anybody ever seen a dead shadow in the moonlight? Brothers, have y'all ever seen your shadow in the moonlight?
Yes.
So that means, look, that the sun ain't around. Okay? So that's its own light. It said the light to rule the day, lesser light to rule the light, and he made the stars also.
That moon is always lit.
It's always lit.
There's
There's no dark side.
No, it's no dark side.
Thank you.
And it's hot. All the
And
lights
it's
is
hot. How you landed on this?
There's no
All
dark
the lights
side.
is hot.
But like I said, God made them.
Yeah.
God will make you think you saw what you saw. Put your finger on that light bulb right there and count to 3.
You landed on the moon.
And you landed on the moon. Nah. Next thing they're gonna say they landed on the sun. And you can't even look at the sun from down here with your clear eyes. Please, man. Just remember this. God's eyes is 10,000 times brighter than the sun. 2 eyes, 1 sun, 2 eyes, 10,000 times brighter. Just think about it.
Not 10 times.
No, 10,000 times.
10,000.
And this is the creator that made the sun. So you need to stay here on earth and deal with what you got going on here. You were born here, you was made here, you die here. He said, and that counsel who hath known, except thou give wisdom and send thy Holy Spirit from above.
For so the ways of them which lived on the earth were reformed.
The ways of them. The ways of them. Now,
Lived on earth were reformed.
he's only speaking about a certain, he's not talking about everybody. Okay? We're going to find out who he's talking about. He said, for so the ways of them which lived, they lived. They not here now. They lived on earth. Remember, Solomon is speaking, so he's talking about the ones that were before them. They lived on earth, were reformed, and men were taught the things that are pleasing unto thee. And we were saved through wisdom. This is the gist of it right here. To clean ourselves up so we can attain wisdom. So wisdom can teach us the things that are pleasing unto God and get saved from what? From the day of the Lord's wrath. That's what you get. That's the save. You get saved from through wisdom. All right. He says she preserved, the next chapter, she preserved the firstborn father of the world. Talking about wisdom. God uses wisdom. See how we have intelligence? We have our own little intelligence. God uses wisdom. And that's how he made this body. Through wisdom. God made wisdom and used wisdom to make everything else. See that?
That's
my God. That's my God. The Most High God. See why he do it, man? That's why wisdom cried to us and said, don't do that, man. You don't like that, man. I'm telling you what he like. Man, this is real, man.
Real.
I love this, man.
Real,
This
real,
is all.
real. That's real.
Ooh, I gotta calm down.
Yeah, that's real.
Sometimes I get too excited. I get my words jumbled. I gotta calm down. Most I get goose pimples right now. Boy. Yeah. Because I believe it and I know it. When you know it, it has a different effect on your life, on your daily routine, and on your thoughts. That's the thing. When you finally click in your head and say, nah, this is it. It says she preserved the firstborn father of the world, Adam, that was created alone, and brought him out of his fall, and gave him power to rule all things. But when the unrighteous went away from her in his anger, he perished also in the fury wherewith he murdered his brother. Talking about Cain and Abel. First we was talking about Adam. Now he's talking about Cain and Abel. See? He said, for whose cause the earth being drowned. Whose fault is it that the earth got drowned? Man. That's what he's saying. For whose cause? He's talking about men. He said, now you make men, you show them how to be right. He said, but when the unrighteous went away from her in his anger, he perished also in the fury wherewith he murdered his brother. I perished when I killed my brother. Like I said, brother and brother, nobody wins. Even if you killed me and you still walking around here, that's my blood. The blood of your brother is on you. That's worse.
Right.
That's worse. Nobody wins. That's what that means. Said, for whose cause the earth being drowned with the flood? Wisdom again preserved it. Right. You know, that's what God, you know, now I'm going to tell y'all, that's what God used to shut and seal the ark. From reading this, that's what tells me. Okay? Wisdom again preserved it. They got preserved. Noah and his family got preserved. Wisdom, God used wisdom to whatever he missed, you know, with the slime, covered it. Wisdom covered it.
Wisdom was created for the work.
That's science for you.
Wisdom was created for the work.
And wisdom ain't a piece of plastic or something. Wisdom is a spirit. Wisdom is a spirit, man. Yo, this is deeper than deep, man. Yeah. This God, y'all gotta really get to know, so you at least you can. It will help boost you, man. It will boost you when you're working to do more for God. When you realize how insignificant and how great He is, man. And directed the course of the righteous in a piece of wood of small value. That's not what he's talking about. For whose cause the earth being drowned with the flood, wisdom again preserved it, and directed the course of the righteous in a piece of wood of small value. He said, moreover, the nations in their wicked conspiracy, being confounded, the nations, wicked in the conspiracy is going to be wicked. Being confused, because God got them like that. He says, she found out the righteous. Wisdom found the righteous. She shook her boom. She was like, here go one, God. Abraham. I got one for you right here, Abraham. Nobody.
And he wasn't doing it.
Nobody. And he wasn't, thank you. Wisdom had to look in. Hey, this is deep, man. She found out the righteous and preserved him, blameless unto God. You can't point the finger at that, man. This means a charge. You're accusing somebody.
Right.
When you point the finger, that's why people say, yo, man, don't point. Because it's not good to point.
Right.
You don't come around the corner. You could be pointing at something before I got there. But now I'm in the lineup, you're pointing. I'm looking back like, yo, what are they pointing at? That starts wars. From young, my parents always told me, don't point. I said, no, look at that. They said, look at that man. No, don't do that. Because it's part of a mockery also. You put attention on everybody. You're snitching, man. That also means you're snitching. It also means you're snitching. I said, can you point the man out? When you look, if I point at you in court, you're done, man. The accusing finger, that's what they call it. In the book, it's called the accusing finger. He said, moreover, the nations in their wicked conspiracy being confounded, she found out the righteous and preserved them blameless unto God, and kept him strong against his tender compassion toward his son. Meaning, I'm not, look, kept me strong against my love for my son. My love for my son is not going to top my commitment to God. Now you get why we say it's over your kids. God is over your kids. Look, when we say forget your kids, we don't mean forget them. We mean put them in a proper perspective. Because you see what it just said here? She found out the righteous. Wisdom found out the right ones that are on this earth and preserved him and saved him blameless, saved him so that he be blameless before God, and wisdom helps keep us strong against our tender compassion towards our children. You spare the rod, you spoil the child, man. If you got beat, don't say, oh, well, I'm not doing that to my child because I got beat. That means you didn't receive the correction. That means you got something to get off your chest.
I was obedient.
Okay? That means you got something to get off your chest. That means you didn't like it. That means you didn't like the regime you came up in.
Our parents ain't no better.
That's why you still not in it.
Our parents ain't no better.
If you grow up in it, you can stay in it, you can live in it, you can die in it.
That's the old way.
That ain't no. The old way is the best way. The old way, the Old Testament. The Old Testament is better than the New Testament. The old is better. The old is always better. Seek the ancient path and walk therein. Walk in that, because that's the righteous path, man. He said, when the ungodly perished, she delivered the righteous man, who fled from the fire which fell down upon the 5 cities. Who that? Sodom and Gomorrah. Lot. He said, of whose wickedness, even to this day, the wasteland, to this day, the spot city, Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, Zeboim, and Zoar. Zoar was the one that was saved. Okay? Those 4 cities got destroyed. And you see where the Dead Sea is at? That's where they at now. That's where those cities was at. And there's a sea there called the Dead Sea. And they call it the Dead Sea because there's so much death that happened there when God rained fire and brimstone down on 5 cities. That's 5 boroughs. Those the 4 cities. Those 4 cities was as big as each borough we got here. So imagine 4 boroughs get hit except Brooklyn or except Manhattan. That's what happened. Then after that, the water level rise, and you got a sea there now. Nobody's building nothing back on top of there ever again. Look, let me tell you something. When God go like this and destroy something, who gonna go and build something back on there? Who? Curse you, man. Listen, some shit.
Egypt was a world power. Nothing.
But though a man of whose wickedness even to this day. The wasteland that smoketh is a testimony, and plants bearing fruit that never come to
You
ripeness,
see that?
and a standing pillar of salt is
Uh-huh.
a monument
Of
of
an unbelieving soul. You hear that? Yo, man.
Yup, it's there.
Yo, man. That's why I couldn't sleep, man. Yo, man. Yo, man. That's why they took this book out. It backs up everything in the Old Testament. That's why they took this book out. He said, of whose wickedness? Of those cities, Sodom and Gomorrah, their wickedness, even to this day, is a wasteland. That smoking is a testimony. That area is God left it like that to be witness against itself. And plants that grow up in that area bearing fruit that never come to ripeness. Nothing. That's the area where whatever you plant, the fruit grow and die. By the word of God, because it got destroyed by God. Nothing can grow there. If you put salt and fire, on farmland, after that, it's no good no more. That's why most of Israel is messed up now, because that's what they did to us when they ran down on us. He said, this is it here, man. And a standing pillar of salt is a monument of an unbelieving soul.
Lot white.
She didn't believe.
Why?
And this is for the people who don't believe today. She is there because she didn't believe, and people don't believe. And she's still there. Still there, yeah.
My son just asked me, what do you think she looked back for? I was
Ooh.
telling him, I said, my mom always told us, you say, you never know, she probably heard her children cry.
She had children back in that city. All her kids didn't go up. She had more kids.
Ain't go up.
And she's a mother.
Two of her daughters, man.
Certain things gonna affect the mother. Yo, man. She knew, man.
They went to, and they
Yo,
went.
yo,
Lot went to them,
yo.
nosy.
Can't turn around.
Lot went to them, man. The
Told them.
husbands. Like, yo, today husband, his daughter's husbands.
They
And them
lingered.
niggas like, man, get
They
out.
lingered. They lingered.
She turned around being nosy.
But listen to this, though. Wow. How do I say this? Okay, I'm gonna think of how to say. I gotta word this right. I'm saying if I gotta word it right. But she was standing there. This is a pillar of salt, a movement of unbelieving soul. Wow. Yeah, certain things gonna touch a mother. It's not gonna touch a father or the brother or the daughter or the there's certain things gonna touch. She had children back there, man.
Children back.
Let me tell you something. I watched a mother get a feeling. She just got a feeling one day and kept asking for one of her kids. And there was a reason why. Yo, mothers, it's for some reason she was adamant on finding out where this certain child of her is. And she had a reason. That feeling was not there.
Gang,
You feel me, son?
gang.
She felt that, man.
That's what I've always said.
No call. She didn't get no call. She just knew.
I've always said that.
It didn't hit me. It didn't hit him. It didn't hit nobody. It hit the mother. She kept saying,
Isaac.
yeah,
It was
man.
told Rebecca.
Yeah. Mom, dude. And then once she said, I don't want to be bereaved of both of my sons. That's why I say you don't win. You think she cared if you was right and he was wrong? You killed him. You busted him. You licked him open. You did this. You did that. You snitched on him. You did whatever. You think she cared? Get away from me. I don't want you around me. You won. You ain't win nothing. You just lost your mother. And now, look. This sign of grief towards her, so you're gonna pay for that. And you killed your own brother. You piling up a little too much? Is life all about you?
No.
You just want to kill and push away everybody because you're not having your way? You don't want to serve God.
No.
You want to come here and be a controller and use things to your convenience to run stuff. We ain't the Israelites from the 70s. We know about guys like you and females like you. You can't come here and change the rules, man.
That's a
The
fact.
rules stay the same way.
Yeah.
The same way. Okay? Verse 8, for regarding not wisdom, they got not only this hurt, that they knew not the things which were good. See, that's one thing. He said, for being so wicked now and not listening to wisdom, they not only got one type of hurt, they got another hurt. One, that they know not the things which are good. In time, wickedness gets you to the point where good doesn't come naturally to your head no more.
Right.
Even though it's in you,
that's scary.
good don't come naturally to your head no more. So we're living in an era now, we got good, but it has to be exercised, like you're working out, like you're going to the park, like you're going around the world. You feel me? Every day. Because it got to the point now where man of us not walking around being good no more. You don't have Moses individuals living amongst heathen that's like that no more. Right. You don't. We don't have people born like that no more. We don't have people getting born with the same heart that God got. That came from generations of righteous parents. That's right. Righteous parents had righteous parents, had righteous parents, had righteous parents. Right? These parents have a son. These parents have a son. They're right. Their son is right. Their daughter is right. They link up. They have a child. They're right. And it kept going. And then that's why you got mutants like David. Yeah. He a mutant because he was different. He came out above with his heart and his mind was above all humans. Nobody had the mercy he had. Nobody had the mercy he had.
Nobody had the heart he had.
Nobody had the heart he had. Because look, in certain situations, me and you, we did opposite of what David did.
Of course.
He chasing me all over the place. I'm not going to stop my man. Look, I ain't going to stop my orders.
You got orders?
But I have a different heart.
The heart is different, man.
I'm not me no more. I'm like God now.
He had his heart like this,
So I'm like, no. When it came to my people, I have a heart. I said, you know what?
It's a peradventure God told
Chill.
God told me to curse David.
Look. You gotta be coming at me like this. You an Israelite. You gotta be coming at me directly like that. Other than that, we ain't going to no war. I'm not going to war with you. I'm not doing that. We're already in enough trouble as it is. Now we're gonna be at each other. The last thing to do is for us to wipe each other out. Do everybody a favor. Nah, it ain't happening. We serve the same God. And hopefully, I hope that you do enough, Lord, to get wisdom so you can realize what I realize. And you can get on my level. I can say, yo, come up here. Now you see what I was talking about. Okay, now I got a problem here, figuring this out. Let's go to the next level.
No belittling.
Nah, there's no belittling. I'm right here. And I'm like this. I'm pulling up and I'm going up. So come on.
Yeah.
That's the mentality that I have.
Got you.
Okay?
Got you.
That they knew not the things which were good, but also left behind them to the world a memorial of their foolishness.
They left the world a memorial of foolishness. Because they didn't live this like living like a servant of God. Time sheet.
So that in the things wherein they offended, they could not so much as be hid.
See that? In the things wherein they offended, they could not so much be as hid. You can't hide for long. The secret's going to be told soon. Just may not be you saying it. But you can't hide unrighteousness. You can't. And look, you could have hid it all your life. When you die, it's still going to come out. All right? He said, but also left behind them to the world. When you leave behind to the world, that means you left the world, your day. A memorial, whatever you left back. That's why we don't keep items of dead people who we love. That's why we don't make. This was the idea of pictures. The whole reason why pictures and people. Dudes wasn't walking around being Michelangelo. Sit down, I'll picture a picture. You give me 10 shots. No. That's a hustle that came from it. Okay? That's a hustle that came from it later, right? When people die, they leave a replica of a resemblance of something that looks like them. Or I would take the resemblance of you and put it on my arm. Born 91, dead 2025. Okay? That's a memorial. Okay? Pictures,
sunset.
all that is a memorial of the dead. And it's called memorial of their foolishness. Why you ain't, I mean, like, man, why you ain't make a statue of me when I was alive?
Right.
I ain't get to see it. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They praise you when you're dead. They hate you when you're alive, and they praise you when you're dead.
Yeah.
When they see you, they grit your teeth. But then, when they hear you dead, everybody come to the funeral.
Worship of the dead.
They worship the dead.
Nature in this world.
Thank you. You got where I'm coming from with it. You got exactly where I'm coming from with it.
Nature.
That's a number one. That's a de facto religion for everybody. Everybody worships the dead through pictures, drawings, sketches, tattoos. Because that's where tattoos came from. Tattoos came from worship of the dead.
Uh-oh.
Hamitic custom.
They don't say worship of the dead. They say celebrate the life.
Okay. They say celebrating the life. It's still the same thing.
Same thing.
Because that person is dead.
Yeah.
And all you're doing is remembering, memorial. You're remembering. You're doing things to remember. You gotta watch it with that.
Yeah.
We are supposed to be a different people. We even take care of our dead different, man. Word. We take care of our dead different.
Yeah.
All right? We get married different. We get divorced different. If you have to. That divorce thing, God said he really don't like it. He really don't like it.
True.
He ain't we linking up. Whenever you link up, it's forever. Well, man.
Verse 9.
Uh-huh.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 10, verse 9.
Yeah. Let's roll. Let's roll.
When the righteous fled from his brother's wrath, she guided him in right paths, showed him the kingdom of God, and gave him knowledge of holy things, made him rich in his travails,
This is like
multiplied
a guessing game. Every verse,
Yeah, you gotta
it's
guess
like a
and find
guessing
out.
game. This is why
Let me see.
I was open reading this,
When the
man.
righteous
I said, okay,
fled
what
from
we
his
talk about
brother's
now?
wrath.
Now look, when the righteous fled from his brother's wrath,
Jacob.
Yeah. Jacob. He saw Jacob.
Jacob.
He saw Jacob.
There you go. The righteous, no, but you could this you could say. We can say. This is we're gonna have fun today. We're gonna have fun today. We're not out of order. But I had to literally guess who they was talking about. It's my first time ever reading this. I said, oh wow. This is fun here. That's Jacob. Yeah. When the righteous fled from his brother's wrath, she guided him, wisdom, guided him in the right path, showed him the kingdom of God. Remember when he went to sleep and he took the pillow and he used the stone as a pillow and he saw God's going up and down that ladder? Wisdom. Right? That when I say it's a spot. That's the same spot where Isaac don't been in that spot, Abraham don't been in that spot. And gave him knowledge of the whole of holiness. Now see, Jacob was serving God all his life. But when he got to a certain level, he knows the knowledge of holy things. Yeah. He went to another level. Okay. When after he had that dream, wisdom started telling him the knowledge of holy things, made him rich in his travels. Yep. He wasn't a vagabond.
What do you call it?
Most men, when they travel, they begging.
What do you call it? He said, this is no other but what? In the house of God. And I always wondered, is that the same spot where Solomon built the temple?
Same spot.
I always wondered that.
It's the same spot.
Always wondered that. Is that the same spot?
Same spot. That's where the temple was built by Solomon years later.
Yeah.
So, but you see that? See, gave him knowledge of holy things, made him rich. because Jacob came back rich.
Yeah, he came back rich.
Look, there was a cartoon called Richie Rich back in the day when I was a kid. A little kid that was born into million. It was a cartoon about a little kid that was so rich he was able to do anything with his money, buy anything. They called him Richie Rich. This guy was richer than him because he left out running. Running. They came back with 4 wives, 12 sons, daughter. So much ring straight, spotted, and speckled cattle. Remember, those were the weak ones that Laban gave him. But God turned it around and made his weak spotted and straight. Now they became more than his regular ones. He had all the brown cows. His was one color, black. He had the ones that had spots on it, so you could distinct. His became more. So he came back home richer than rich. Okay? He said, and multiplied the fruit of his labors. You know what that is? His children. He put in work with one wife and wound up 12 sons. Oh, wow. So it's good to some, all right. He could have said, yo, I'm out of here. I ain't got to stay here in Laban crib. Yo, get out of here. I'm out. Right or wrong?
Yeah.
He didn't have to stay. He didn't have to stick around for Raquel. He's right. You know what? Forget the deal, man. I'll finish this year and that's it. But it will come out your mouth. Thou shalt perform and do. Whatever proceeds out your mouth, thou shalt perform and do. So we get to the part now where you're gonna say something. You're gonna say something that's gonna come out your mouth, and you're gonna have to do it. And it might be to your own hurt. But guess what? With God requires that of you. Right. Even it's to your own hurt. Look. Maybe he wanted to see that. He said, in the covetousness of such as oppressed by him, she stood by him and made him rich. See, Laban was coveted.
That's right.
And such as oppressed him. He was oppressing him. He kept giving him. He was tricking him. He's tricking. He said, "Yo, you may not give the younger than the older. You got to work again." He kept changing it. He said, "You changed my wages 10 times. But he did that to keep him there because he was he's so covetous. He's seen, as long as I got this guy here, I'm gonna be good." He says, so wisdom stood by him and made him rich. 12.
She defended him from his enemies and kept him safe from those that lay in wait.
When his sons went out there and destroyed, what was that city? Shechem. Destroyed Shechem. Then Jacob said, yo, you made my name to stink amongst the inhabitants of the land. You know what that means? Me and John will go outside and murder somebody. Right? The person that we murdered was a big shot in this town. Matter of fact, he's the son of the big shot in the town. Guess what's going to happen? The big shot and everybody in town is going to be coming for us, one little family. But what Jacob's saying is, you made me hot. Everybody going to come out here and want to kill. They're going to kill us all. But she defended him from his enemies and kept him safe from those that lay in wait. And in a sore conflict, she gave him the victory, that he might know that goodness is stronger than all. 13.
When the righteous was sold, she forsook him not, but delivered him from sin. She went down with him into the pit.
Joseph. That's Joseph, man.
Yep, that's Joseph.
He was sold.
You gotta know the book.
You gotta know the book, man. You gotta know the book. You gotta know the book, man. This stuff is not going to regular. This is not going to teach us, man. That he didn't lay down.
He didn't lay with
because he said, I cannot do this thing and sin before God. That's the part right there. That's what.
And from that, he went down to the pit.
Yeah, and then he went into
lied on him.
Yeah.
13.
He said, and left him not in bonds till she brought him the scepter of the kingdom. She didn't leave him down there in his bonds. She didn't leave him alone until she got him the scepter, which was the second in command. One of our people, our ancestors, was the second in command of the first world power.
Yeah.
That's something to brag about.
Yeah.
Joseph, new farm boy, youngest of all, that has dreams of the future, wound up. Literally, I'm gonna tell you the truth. He was really the one running it. Just the title went to this guy.
Pharaoh
said, "Go ahead, do you." I'm going back in.
I'm gonna sit in my throne. That's all yeah.
This is what the king.
Exactly.
The king does this.
Yes.
You run it. You good. That's what the king do, man.
Yes. That's what he did. That's what Pharaoh did.
That's what the king do. So he was running it, man. My forefather was running these guys at one point in time. They was up there. That's like one of us sitting beside Biden right now. Tumshi.
And power against those that oppressed them. As for them that had accused them, she showed them to be liars and gave them perpetual glory.
He kept his integrity. And it was shown later on that she was lying. So I believe from what I'm reading right here, she got taken care of. Because it says she showed them to be liars. Or as for them that had accused him, who accused him? That woman did. She accused him of rape. But she was really trying to lie with him behind her husband's back. But because look, when you reject a female, females don't like rejection. I learned this from my Ima. My Ima put me on.
What?
She said, "My son."
Word.
That's how she came to me, man. And laid it on me, man.
You said no.
Listen, man. You reject a woman,
Watch out.
you gotta watch it.
Watch out.
She gonna get you, man.
Talk
Check
about
it up.
Rumors on
She will say you gay. You hear me, man?
Gang.
She will make up a gay rumor about you, boy. What are you talking about? Something that is hard for you to disprove. That's how they get down. They did it to Jezebel. Got two witnesses to say that this guy blasphemed God. How can he prove he didn't? You see what I'm saying? People today know how to do this thing. He raped me. He got a gun. These things you get grabbed up for quick. Or you get looked at and treated at quick. That's why, look, I know about that, man. People, you're too strong for them. They want to confront you, but you're too strong for them. And you're too strong, and who you with is too strong. So they go under, try to hire Balaam, a warlock. This is the idea. This is how they get down. They'll go to the police. They'll side with your enemies. That has happened on this block to us. Where people who we thought we was cool with really didn't like us. And then when the tough guy came over, they bonded with the tough guy. Yo, people don't like you because you serve God. You're different. You're strange.
That's right.
You dress strange.
Just
When they're out, when they're celebrating, you show that you're not with it. So they don't like that. And that's okay. That's okay. No. That's okay. I know where that's coming from. And I'm supposed to get treated that way by you because you are ungodly. I don't want you treating me good. Because that's just a mirage. Because once I put my guard down, you're going to show me who you really are. He says she delivered the righteous people and blameless seed from the nation that oppressed them.
She entered into the souls of the servants of the Lord and withstood dreadful kings.
You know who that was Egypt right there. Verse 15. She delivered the righteous people and blameless seed from the nation that oppressed them. And what was 16 now? She entered.
Verse 16. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 10, verse 16, in the Apocrypha. She entered into the souls of the servants of the Lord and withstood dreadful kings in the wonders and signs. Rendered to the righteous a reward of their labors, guided them in a marvelous way, and was unto them for a cover by day, in the light of stars in the night season.
Verse 16, Verse 16, she entered into the soul of the servant of the Lord, Moses, and withstood dreadful kings and wonders and signs. Yeah. Run it down, run it down. Tumshi, run it down.
Brought them through the Red Sea and led them through much water.
Look at that. Rendered to the righteous a reward of their evil at their low state. Even though they didn't know God that much, he called the children of Israel righteous at that time. Before they even came out and went to Mount Sinai, they was enough for God to say, let me get them out of here. Those people, yo, man. People were trying to get rid of these people, man. Yeah. People was trying to get rid of Israelites. These people, wait, God, the real God?
God's chosen people.
And God chose those people? And they next to my kingdom? Oh, man.
They're the smallest of the nations?
The least?
The smallest?
You got the warlock, the warlock from Mesopotamia, you got this? Yo, call him.
Yeah.
Call him up.
He was
Call him up right now. Call him up right now. I'm not going out there to fight him because they God destroyed the guys we were scared of. So, and there's something mysterious going on with them, man. They got clouds and fire around them. I don't know what's going on, but get me Balaam. I got to get these people cursed. Yes, he did. And all he did was get himself and his future descendants cursed. And then that made Balaam turn into a prophet. Yeah, he turned into a prophet. Everywhere he turned, he said the Isles of Chichim, this, that. You'll be blessed, you'll be blessed. It's beautiful. Whoa. How beautiful are they? Then he looked at them and said, how beautiful are our tents of Jacob, our tabernacles. What are you doing? I brought you here to bless them. You curse. I'm not bringing you here to curse them. You blessed them. You blessed everybody, and you cursed me. What are you worried about the Greeks? You know the Greeks were in that prophecy. The Isles of Chichim. He spoke. Yo. That's why God said, you know what? Go ahead. I didn't want you to go because God told him not to go. That's why the angel was there to kill him because he's not supposed to go. But the ass, for those who don't know, another word for a donkey is an ass. Right. Yeah. The ass saved his life. Yes. And the angel felt compelled to let him know, listen, man, you better treat that donkey good. Okay. Because I was waiting for you. And I was going to kill you. I wasn't going to kill her. Yeah. Look, the donkey ain't say nothing else after that. She went back to he looked at him and said, oh, shit. Remember, that guy is a warlock, a magician. So that stuff ain't new to him. Animals talking and stuff. He throw his voice. That stuff ain't new to him. 18, brought them through the Red Sea and led them through much water.
But she drowned their enemies and cast them up out of the bottom of the deep.
We was in the bottom of that Red Sea. You know how deep that is, man? Made it possible for us to walk. All right.
Yeah, man. Talk about it, man. Let's talk about how great our God is, man.
Going down. Even though the waters is clear, God cleared up the water because it's going to be hard to walk in wet sand. Yeah. Going up. You're putting your weight down. God dried that, made it to where it was like wood.
Dirt.
He accommodated these people, man.
The animals died when that happened.
Yeah, man.
Dragons died.
Animals died. They're out of here.
In the water.
Let me tell you something. The course of the habitat, the environmental habitat in that area was changed. The man said has been altered since that day that this Red Sea was split. Those seas and oceans over there are not like the seas and the oceans in the rest of the world, too. You know that, right? Some of those seas got so much salt in it, you don't have to swim, you can float. Top sheet.
Therefore, the righteous spoil the ungodly and praise thy holy name. O Lord, and magnified with one accord thine hand that fought for them. For wisdom opened the
You
mouth
hear
of
that?
the
Oh
dumb.
Lord, praise thy holy name. You can't praise his holy name by saying his holy name. You have to praise him by giving him the most biggest, grandiose attributes that only God can maintain. Like the eternal one.
The Lord of hosts is
The Lord of hosts is his name. God Almighty. Who is more mightier than God? Almighty. I'm mighty, you're mighty, but he's almighty. You give God the precedence, the top order of everything, man. And you can't look. You know what he do? He be like, yo, you know what, man, this dude here, he wishy-washy, da. But certain things with my name, he don't play with it. You give him a play and see what he do. Bow. You know what the play is? You find out a new law. You find out a law that you didn't really know. You find out something, and you say, yo, yeah, this is how it's supposed to go. And you jump on that. Guess what? Wisdom said, oh, I found a home. Either iniquity found a home or wisdom found a home. Right or wrong. So it's up to you and me whether iniquity gonna find a home or wisdom gonna find a home. Right? To what? To yours and my brain. So that's what we're doing. We gotta evict iniquity, and invite wisdom. You ain't even gotta invite them. Once the wickedness and the deceit and the lies are not there, wisdom pulling up. He said, but she drowned their enemies and cast them up out of the bottom of the deep. Therefore, the righteous spoiled the ungodly and praised thy holy name, O Lord, and magnified with one accord thine hand that fought for them. Yeah. Magnify his holy name because with his arm, he said, my stretched out hand. He said, with my stretched out hand, all these plagues went down on Egypt. All God did was wave his hand, and we were out of there.
stretched out.
Stretched out hand just said, yo, you know why? I noticed this. When God is about to pronounce something on the city, you know he stretches his right hand towards it from the heavens. He stretches his right hand towards the city for good or bad.
That's right.
And when he tells the prophets to go to certain cities, if that city is about to get destroyed, the prophet ain't going in that city. He's going to be far away, and he's going to go like this to that city and pronounce the prophecy. That's what Balaam was doing. Every nation that he prophesied, he looked towards where they were. Because you want me to look towards Israel and curse them, then I'm going to look towards other people and curse them and you. That's what happened. Yeah, it's a thing. Do this, it's trauma. It's trauma. Look, you know what that is? You know what this is?
Strong hands.
Yes. The accusing finger. You are charged and accused.
Charging you. That's the charge.
That's the charge. And now, when God waved his hand, his will and judgment is the plagues that come after the waves. It's crazy, man. When you really sit down and think about it, man, I'm glad I know who God is. So I can have myself a right. I'm happy. I look at people sometimes, I be like, damn, person ain't never gonna get to know. Most people not gonna get a chance. Well, and look, that's God's children still. That's still God's children.
That's right.
I don't know exactly everybody. Look, God still saves the wicked.
Yeah, of course.
So you don't know, I can make my judgment sure.
That's right.
I can make my judgment sure.
That's it. That's all I'm worried about.
I don't know about nobody else.
Worry about yourself.
I can make my judgment sure, and that's where I'm at right now.
Yeah.
He said, for wisdom opened the mouth of the dumb. That's right.
And made the tongues of them that cannot speak and
Eloquent. Wisdom do start speaking. You're like, wow, where you get that from? Because he's starting to do law. He said, she prospered their works in the hand of the holy prophet. They went through the wilderness that was not inhabited and pitched tents in places where they lay no way. Do you understand that? They pitched tents in the wilderness. That place, there is no way you can live there. And God exercised and taught them there. They lived there.
That's right.
If you go there now, you're gonna die. He said they stood against their enemies and were avenged of their adversaries. He said when they were thirsty, they called upon thee, and water was given them out of the flinty rock. And their thirst was quenched out of the hard stone. Hard stone, a piece of hard stone. You tell me what science can you explain to me?
Where?
Explain that. When a hard stone, well, see, I say a hard stone. What they really say here, it really was a big hill. A big hill.
Yeah. And almost like a mountain.
Yeah. It's a big hill, right?
That's right.
And
That's right.
that water came out of that and filled the valley.
That's right.
So it was like a big giant bowl. So now in the valley, you can just go and you can drink there. And they had that water. Look, it never stopped.
The power of the spoken word.
You got that faucet got turned on and it never stopped.
The power of the spoken word of God.
Do you know quails still pop up in the same spot that God popped up, made them pop up over there in the wilderness?
By the water.
It wasn't in Israel. It was close by the water. I forgot the name of the spot, but they migrate there every year ever since the back end. I forgot the name of the spot. But me and I was watching it one day. And God said, "Yeah, quails from all over the world come here and migrate and this, that, and the third for like a couple of months, and then they go about their business again. But they all go there, and that's the same spot where God gave the children of Israel quails to eat. It's not no coincidence, man. With God, ain't no such thing as coincidence.
Right.
What are you talking about? He said, "For what things the enemies were punished by the same day in their need, what benefited?" In other words, God would use to punish them, it would be used to benefit us at the same time. He said, "For instead of a perpetual running river troubled with foul blood, for a manifest reproof of that commandment, whereby the infants were slain." That's why God turned the Nile River into blood, because our infants were slain. They shed a lot of blood. A lot of Israelite blood got shed. So God turned their God, which was the Nile River, into blood. See, God is a meaning for everything. We just don't know. He said, declaring by that thirst, then how thou hast punished their adversaries. But when they were tried, albeit but in mercy, chastised.
They knew how the ungodly were judged in wrath and tormented, thirsting in another manner than the just. For these thou didst admonish and try as a father, but the other, as a severe king, thou didst condemn and
That's
punish.
the rest of the world. He said, yo, you guys, Israel, I'm gonna admonish you. I'm gonna talk to you. I'm gonna admonish you. I'm gonna yell. I'm gonna whip you. But you, I don't care about you. I don't care about the world. But you, I put my time into you, Israel. Because I showed you who I was. Whether they were absent or present, they were vexed alike. For a double grief came upon them, and a groaning for the remembrance of things past. But when they had heard by their own punishments the other to be benefited, they had some feeling of the Lord, for whom they respected with scorn. When he was long before thrown out at the casting forth of the infants, him in the end, when they saw what came to pass, they admired. But for the foolish devices of their wickedness, wherewith being deceived, they worship serpents, void of reason, vile beasts. Thou didst send a multitude of unreasonable beasts upon them for vengeance, that thou might know that wherewithal a man sinneth, by the same also shall he be punished. See, he's saying that, yo, these people learned how you got down when he seen how he treated his righteous when they messed up, and he seen that the things that God did for the righteous, whatever he did for the righteous, it didn't benefit the wicked. And they learned God through their punishments. And through the punishments of the heathen, when they seen what God was doing to them, they learned about God from that. Now, here we go. And I'm out of here after this. Yes, no. For thy almighty hand, for your hand, Almighty God, you're talking about God's almighty hand, that made the world of matter without form.
Woo! Without nothing, man. With nothing. Made something out of nothing. Blessed be his holy name.
But we don't say nothing up here on our own.
Say it again, Mick.
We don't say nothing up here on our own. It's in the book.
Yeah.
It's in the book, man.
Say it again, Mick.
For thy almighty hand that made the world of matter without form. Nothing was here.
He created something out of nothing.
Wanted not means to send among them a multitude of bears or fierce lions or unknown wild beasts full of rage, newly created, breathing out either a fiery vapor, filthy scents of scattered smoke, or shooting horrible sparkles out of their eyes, whereof not only the harm might dispatch them at once, but also the terrible sight utterly destroyed them. I'm done. What he's saying is, God can easily send beasts at you, but you're not going to get his correction like that. He done that to wicked.
Yeah.
So even our punishments is mercy, man.
Yeah.
Our punishments is mercy, man.
Stop talking about it. Don't talk
So
about
we're
it.
able to
Don't talk about it, brother.
receive. You know what? I know why this happened to me. I know this why it happened to us, bro. I know this why it happened that
Don't
day.
talk about this, brother.
Us, we got the right God. Yo, let's boost, man. Let's boost yourself, boost each other, and let's serve God and die. Shalom Aleichem.
School of higher learning.
Yo, it's in the book.
School of higher learning.
Everything we say
That we
is
say
in
on
the
that
book.
Beamer's in the book.